Hey everybody, welcome to Star Trek Lexington Episode 1, A World with a Bluer Sun. I am, of course, here with a big old cast of characters. We've got 7 players for this game, which is certainly a record for me for running a game with this many players. I've never done that before, so we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping that people, try not to do too much overtalk, but we're going to start out by introducing, who's playing and what their characters are. So if you could just give, a quick, what you go by here on the internet, who your character is, and what their role on the ship is. And we're going to start over at my over at the top right with Chesh. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Chesh. I'm playing Dr. Tregan. I have 3 legs and 3 arms, so I'm basically a walking tripod, and I am the ship's doctor. I'm sure I will get in no shenanigans whatsoever.
Absolutely. Next.
Hello, I'm Thierry Rana. I'm not famous on the internet, but I'm me. And I'm playing Commander Biret Chanos, an Andorian Chan, who is the executive officer of the Lexington.
All right.
I'm Jordan, and I am Captain Hawk, the intrepid commander of this here vessel.
Awesome. I'm Dapper Dinosaur. I run this channel, Top Hats Off. I'm the GM.
Hello, I am FTFE, what's known as Craig. You can find me over on my channel, FTFE, normally arguing with the less intelligent people of the world, known as Flat Earthers. During this amazing series I'm incredibly excited to be part of, I'll be playing Lieutenant Commander Terran Shelby, the Chief Engineering Officer and third in command. Half human, half Tellarite with cybernetic enhancements. Can't wait.
Okay.
I go by Czar. The role I'm going to be filling is security officer, and the character's name is Alik Krok.
Awesome. Zerlon, you're up.
All right, my turn. Hey guys, I'm Zerlon. I usually stream on Twitch, though I've been taking a break. I'm going to be playing Lieutenant Hank Lanford, and Dapper, my record is 11 for players. I would not recommend it.
Yeah, I think I'll pass. I going to 8 seems like, honestly, 7 is, I'm like, I'm not sure how this is gonna go. But all right, and last but certainly not least.
Hello. My name is Crusher. Some people also know me as Izu. I am playing the ship's counselor, Jedam Ross.
Awesome. All right, so the ship is currently underway, and let's get a captain's log in here.
Captain's log, stardate 5340.6. The Lexington is finally done with her repairs after the M5 affair. I know it was an honest mistake, but it's hard to believe that the great Dr. Richard Daystrom's legacy may end up being the near destruction of what is now my new ship. I have a new crew, one in line with Starfleet's new philosophy of moving away from mostly single-species crews and to a more integrated crew of multiple species. I'm not looking forward to the challenges that'll come with the life support. Too hot for some, too cold for others, too humid, too dry, to say nothing of the atmospheric gas combinations being suboptimal for half the crew. But that being said, we leave Starbase 4 ready for what's out there, for what lies beyond the edge of known space. The Lexington is a fine ship with a fine crew, one of the best in the fleet, despite their experimental makeup. I couldn't be more proud to be their captain. This 5-year mission into the unknown is one we've prepared for our entire lives. And I'll be honest, it promises to be a fine adventure.
All right, so we are starting out. Everyone is in a conference room on the same deck as one of the observation lounges and one of the main transporter rooms. So you guys can see it on the map for you, but it's mostly just going to be theater of the mind for this. And basically, this is your first day fully underway, and the captain has called a meeting with all of the senior staff and also the ship's counselor, who's technically not ship, senior staff, but is also here because is a main character. So, don't worry about that logic too much. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Isn't that Star Trek? Don't worry about the logic?
Sometimes Star Trek is like that. So, why don't you guys... Yeah. So this is your first...
We're having a meeting with everyone and Wesley.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Maybe the counselor might even have a seat on the bridge.
Yeah.
No.
By the way, if there are... Remember, we have the supporting character mechanic, so if for some reason you feel like your character shouldn't be in the scene, but you want to be in the scene as a player, we can create supporting characters for that pretty quickly. So don't worry if that's a thing. Like, if Counselor Ross doesn't have a role in, like, a ship combat, he can roll up, Gunner What's-His-Face. And there you go. Now he can shoot the phasers. So,
Major asshole.
yeah, there you go. Captain, why don't you start out your first staff meeting?
All right. Thanks for joining me. Why don't we start with Commander Shelby? How's the ship running? Any issues cropped up since we left Starbase 4?
No, sir. Thoroughly investigated every possible contingency following the M5 affair. I've made sure that there's no residual problems from that. I've spent a considerable amount of time fine-tuning the warp engine, and we appear to be running at the moment at maximum efficiency. Slight concern about the power the transfer systems, but that's something we're working on, and we should be fine while it's underway, Captain.
Excellent. Commander Chinos, can you make sure that gets taken care of?
I make a note.
Is that all you
Do you
got?
want me
For
to
us?
just keep going?
I mean, hey, this is your chance for the crew, for the senior staff at least, to get to know each other before we jump right into, crisis.
Okay, one last thing. Lieutenant Ross, thank you for joining us. Have you completed your evaluations of the department heads? Is everyone working well together? Any issues?
Everybody looking good on my end. Never mind.
No, please, speak your mind, Lieutenant.
Just some of them didn't appreciate the bugs.
Well, there are going to be issues with the experimental crew makeup we have here, but I'm confident that we can overcome these issues and it'll be a brighter future for Starfleet.
Yes, I'm hoping for that.
All right.
Sir, if you do have any issues with any environmental problems, please let me know, and I will make sure there's an engineering crew available to correct those at any time. As Chief Engineering Officer, I think it's extremely important that every part of the ship is able to work at maximum efficiency, and we can't do that if there's any problems with life support. If anything needs changing, please let me know, and I will assign a crew.
I agree. I understand that this is the first time you've all served with me, and I want to echo the sentiments of Commander Shelby. The most important component of the ship is her crew. And so if there are any issues with the crew, let me know immediately.
Of course.
All right, unless there's anything else, we're going to move on to the next scene. I will drop your momentum by 1. Of course, it's at 0, so who cares? But, so the next scene is going to happen a few days later, and it is going to start on the bridge with a Captain's Log supplemental. I have already sent you that there, Captain Hawk. So feel free to just pop that, unseal the spoiler alert that I sent you, basically.
All right, let me find that spoiler. There we go. All right. Captain's Log, supplemental. We intercepted an old-style automated distress call from an old Starfleet vessel. Could the descendants of the survivors from an ancient shipwreck still be alive somewhere out there? I wonder. Lieutenant Lanford has traced the signal to its source, an M-class planet. The star system is uncatalogued and unique in my experience, as it orbits an unstable wormhole. In 2 days, we will arrive and begin our investigation.
Okay. We will, unless anyone has anything, we will cut to a couple days later, and when we are attempting to come into orbit. So, is anyone here actually going to be flying the ship, or is that going to be a NPC for now? I'm going to say it's an NPC for now.
If someone else wants to do it.
I mean, if anyone has a high enough con, they certainly can just do it.
Let me check.
I'm coming into a planet's orbit. I'm going to be in the engineering room making sure everything's okay, so I can't.
I have 4 con.
Hey,
That is better than me, yeah.
why not give it a go? We can say that you're flying the ship.
Sure.
So we're going to establish orbit. Why don't you take a control con roll? It's going to be difficulty 0.
Control con. And then I click this. How many dice do I roll again?
2 normally.
Okay.
If you want to give me threat, I guess you can to roll more.
I just wanted to double check. Okay.
Hey, you didn't make any successes, but it was a difficulty 0 task, which means nothing bad has happened, and you have established an orbit. However, you also didn't generate any momentum for anyone, so, it's...
It's not the best orbit, but it's round.
No harm, no foul.
All right.
I'd
you
probably
can-
have done much worse.
Yeah, you can report...
Hey, I'm foul.
If you'd like, you can report to the captain that you've
I know.
established a parking orbit or something.
Sorry, I missed what you said.
I said you could report maybe to the captain that you've managed to establish an orbit.
Oh yes, I say, orbit established.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Lanford, do we have any sign of the ship we've come here to investigate?
Let me check the scans. One moment, Captain.
All right. Take a reason and science check, and also the ship. Someone else can roll for the ship with a sensors and science, and this is going to be 1 die on the ship, and 2 dice for Lieutenant Lanford.
With sensors and science, did you say? I can do that.
Yeah.
So sensors and science, and what do I roll on there?
1 d20. So when it says task roll, just switch it to 1.
Okay, right, there we go. I've rolled for the ship.
Though historically, the ship token for some reason insists on rolling 2 no matter
Yeah, we
what,
just take the
so
first
we always
one.
just use the first one.
Yeah, it's fine.
What is the actual dice roll button in this one?
There should be
Yeah,
a
I
task
didn't
roll.
have any successes.
It's okay.
Oh boy.
It's
All right. With those 2 successes and my wonderful bridge scanner sound effect that I added into Roll20, you have found out that let's see, the debris field is there's a debris field around the planet of Romulan origin near the crash site, and near the crash site is of the ship is an old Earth shuttle pod from nearly a century ago. The shuttle pod is intact and functioning in low power mode, and it's transmitting an automated emergency beacon. And it seems like, based on your scans, the planet harbors no indigenous intelligent life forms, but there is one human near the crash site.
quick question. When we rolled for that sensor, did we take into account the advanced sensor suites that reduced the difficulty by 1?
We did not. Okay, good call. So actually, that means that there
Captain's
has
on
been
point.
2 points of momentum generated. Now you can spend 1 right now to obtain more information, and I will give you more information. And then we can also bank at least 1 of them. So would you like to bank 1 or 2 there, Science Officer?
Let's bank 1 and get some more information.
All right. The planet's surface suffered recent tectonic plate shifts that caused worldwide earthquakes and tsunamis, suggesting the wormhole appeared near the system only recently. Ongoing volcanic activity has affected both the landscape and the climate, cooling much of the world.
Fascinating. And you said that the wreckage of the Romulan ship is older than the...
It looks like it's from about the same era. It is basically, these are both ships from the era of the the Earth-Romulan War, which is an event that followed basically the next couple of years after the end. Well, the end of Enterprise. Basically, if we ignore that later in the timeline last episode that really sucked because it was just a TNG back subplot. It's between
You mean the worst episode of Star Trek ever made?
Yeah,
Yes.
basically. It's an event that happened between that episode, the formation of the Federation, and the last actual in-sequence episode of Enterprise was the Earth-Romulan War. Whole big thing.
It's just
So
over
about
100
just about 120 years before we are now, right? 110.
Something like that, yeah.
This system, was it involved, like, in terms of space, was it involved in the war? So is it plot reasonable for this wreckage to be here?
There are no records of this system being a battleground in the war. If you would like, you could take a, let's see. I will go with a reason con check to see if you can figure out anything about the shuttle and, like, its transponder or anything.
Sure, I can try that. I'm not very good at reason, but I'm good at con.
That can be assisted by the ship's sensors and, is it sensors and con? Yeah, I think sensors and con. Work.
Okay. Well, I got a fat old 0, so...
Not only did you get a fat old 0, you got a complication.
Oh,
Which means that for now, because I can't think of anything particularly good, I'm just going to increase my threat counter by 1. So you can't determine anything about the shuttle pod other than that it's from the era of the Earth-Romulan War, which makes this a Starfleet ship from before the Federation. That little period of time when Starfleet was actually an Earth military organization.
So, what
Okay,
exactly are we looking at here?
Sorry, say that again. You were very, very quiet.
So, what exactly are we looking at here?
How far? Where's the wormhole in relation to these ships?
The wormhole is several AU away.
Okay.
But it is within your scanner range because, I mean, you've got scanners that can go like a few parsecs or something.
Right. I think we should sidle up closer to the wreckage without, putting the ship in danger, and maybe even send a shuttle out to grab that other shuttle.
Sir, I've been listening in over con, and I think it's prudent we check that the wormhole isn't affecting our sensors in any way.
Yeah, considering it's definitely affecting the planet, it could have repercussions for us.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, Commander.
Are these kind of wormholes this common to come across?
Can we do
You
a
guys are
scan?
getting paid?
Can we do an advanced scan?
You absolutely can. So this is going to be Reason and Science, which I'm assuming is probably going to be Lieutenant Lanford. And then the ship can assist with Sensors and Science.
Sensors and Science. I'll roll for the ship. Just 1d20.
Yep, it's going to roll 2, but we always take the one on the left.
Right, okay, there we go. Roll for the ship. Ooh, nice!
Nice.
Very
Alright,
good.
so this was a difficulty 2 task. And you guys... Well, I mean, originally it was 3, but it's been dropped down because of your advanced sensors. And you guys got 4, so that means that we're getting 2 points of momentum here. Let's see. The wormhole is unstable at its terminus with anomalous fluctuating gravity readings. And if you would like, we can take one of those points of momentum and get more information. Or we can bank it.
Yeah, are we able to determine if that's going to affect transportation in any way?
Not without spending more. Not without spending one for the obtain
Spend
information.
point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Send one.
is everyone agree with that? I think we
Yeah,
should.
yeah,
if
yeah.
it's given
Yeah,
out
we
gravity,
agree.
we want to know if we're going to be able to do it properly.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't see it.
We need to know what effect it has on our systems.
It is good
Yeah.
to know, yeah.
So, there is an object at the center of the wormhole, perhaps a vessel of some kind, and readings are fluctuating. The object appears to be there and then not there in rapid succession. The object is at the epicenter of the strange gravity readings, and may even be the source.
Okay, it's fluctuating in and out. It's a wormhole. Can we scan for tachyon particles?
I mean, you can, but, like, you're not going to learn anything else from that. You've already spent the momentum to learn basically everything that the scan of the wormhole is going to give you, so...
Right. Okay. And it's not affecting our systems in any way that it's going to have problems transporting down to the planet or anything.
Nope, there's nothing that seems to be interfering with any transport. It looks like if you wanted to take a shuttle or to transport down, at least right now, the anomalous wormhole isn't going to make any
Okay.
problems.
Well, as engineering officer, I'm happy that we maintain a stable orbit with the information that we've got, and I would say that it's safe to use transporters to go down to the planet.
Commander, do you think it would be safe for us to use the tractor beam to bring in the Starfleet vessel?
I wouldn't advise doing that before we investigate the Starfleet vessel and determine the structural integrity of it.
I mean, who knows what could be crawling around on it, or
Absolutely.
what could be on it, like old space diseases. You know what I mean?
Any of you guys ever seen the movie Alien?
Also, I would point out that
What?
picking up the one human on the surface should probably have priority before we.
I
lift
forgot
out
there was a
the
guy on the surface, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's not good.
There's
Guys
definitely a
probably-
dude down there.
Are we able to lock on to the person with our transporter and bring them on board?
Unfortunately, no. He doesn't seem to have any functioning technology that would allow you to easily lock on. So, unless you brought down some kind of, like, communicator that would help you bring him back or something.
So,
He's-
okay, we can't lock onto his life signs. Is it not strong enough to
Not strong enough,
pinpoint? Right, okay.
He seems
then,
to-
Captain, I advise we send an away team down to investigate both the human and the ship.
I concur. I think it's important that we send the doctor along in case this person is in medical distress. I also think a representative from engineering, perhaps yourself, Commander, should be there in case there's any complications.
Aye, sir.
Alright.
Cap, you mind if I tag along? You don't know what kind of mental state this guy could be in.
I concur. Please
Alright,
do.
So I'm just making sure that we have. So we've got Commander Chanos, Dr. Tragan. We're also sending down. Let's see, Aaron Shelby, and also Croc. Is anyone else going?
Is it appropriate to have both the second and third officer away at the same time?
I mean, that still leaves the captain as well as like a number of like people who are trained at con who could just command the ship in an emergency. But like, does Lanford or Rass or those two? Do either of you? Does the captain think those are appropriate to send down?
I think that if we don't send Lanford himself, we should send a science representative as well.
Generally, I would say then just send Lanford so that way he can use his main character for roles and cool stuff. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I thought, okay. I might be getting confused, but I thought I had volunteered for going.
Oh, yeah, sorry, do you want Ross to go too? Okay, Ross. So basically everyone except the captain is going.
Cool.
Okay.
Because contrary to what Captain Kirk says, the captain doesn't need to be there every moment of every day.
Right.
Is this like we've all got a group chat about the captain in or something?
Who is going to
We're all gonna be
fist fight
gossiping
the
about him
green
while we're
alien?
on the planet. Like, he never comes with us. Why does he never want to go? Like, he's just like he's just sitting up there drinking coffee. Like,
So, by the way,
pencil pusher.
Craig, you have the ship character sheet open, right?
Yes.
All right, so reduce the power by 1, and then also take a, let's see, a control engineering check. It's only difficulty 1.
Wait, hold on. Well, how do I reduce the power? Where's that?
You might have to click on the little settings wheel. I'll double check it to make sure I know how to do it. So
I have a side question. I may have missed it. Does this planet have an atmosphere that we can breathe?
Yeah, no, it's M class. You're good. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah. The human is surviving down
I
there.
doubt a guy would have
so,
survived a
power-
crash down here
power,
to go
so-
check on him if that.
So you want me to
atmosphere
take the
wasn't
power
cracked
down by 1 to 7? Did you say?
Should actually be at 8 right now. So it's,
Well, he
it's
might
where
have
it
a
should
space
be.
boot on.
I guess it was just at 8 for
And-
some reason.
Yeah. What else did you want me to do?
A control engineering check, which can be assisted by the ship's sensors and engineering.
Control and engineering. I don't have. You mean communication? I've got engines, computers, weapons, structure, sensors, or communication.
This is your character.
Oh, my character. Sorry. Right.
okay.
So I'm doing a what? Sorry, a control and an engineering.
Yep, control engineering.
And 2 D2s, right? D20s.
Yes.
There we go. Done.
All right, and then someone can roll for the ship's sensors and engineering to assist.
Let me,
Okay.
Oh.
No.
Since I'm not on the planet, I'll roll for the ship.
So that is 2 successes. There aren't really any immediate spends, so I'm just going to increase your momentum, and that is a successful transport. So let's see. Where did my transporter
So we
sign
aren't
go?
dead trying to go to the first thing that we do.
Right.
That's good.
Yeah, you did not die. You wouldn't have died, but
Should we have not brought a couple of random red shirts with us, maybe?
One of us just gets turned inside out.
Maybe.
what do you mean Croc is in a red shirt? So Shelby.
They're not
Yeah, I
random
am.
red shirts, though. Okay.
Fair. All right,
Look,
so
boy.
you have successfully beamed down. Captain, you are currently not in the scene. We are, however, reducing the momentum by 1 because we are in a new scene. All right, the Romulan vessel crashed into what appears to be a once forested valley, now a jagged landscape where slabs of rock jut upward and limbless trees stand at unnatural angles, hanging on even as the land shifted beneath them. Fallen trees litter the uneven ground, and twisted, blue-barked seedlings sprout from their carcasses. Several volcanoes smoke in the distance, filling the sky with ash. The sun is a cold yellow disk in the ash clouds. Small, furry-tailed animals, each with 1 red eye, scurry about, while brightly colored beetle-like creatures the size of a human hand dart from rock crevices, their 5-pronged pincers snapping. Not much remains of the Romulan ship, beyond huge chunks of charred hull covered in a blanket of strange, blue-tinted moss, which appears to be one of the few plant species thriving. The pre-Federation shuttle pod rests nearby, its roof and sides thick with the bluish moss except around the door, which has been cleaned in patches as if removed by hand.
Well, we gotta get us some samples of some of
I
it.
totally misunderstood the situation. I thought the ship and stuff was in space,
Oh.
so I was confused why there was a dude on the planet. Now I understand.
Again, everything is in space. Get back in the ship.
Everything's in space. Tricorder out. I'm getting scans of everything.
Okay.
I
Can I try to pick up one of the beetles?
oh, that's what I was.
slapping him to stop him from taking up beetles.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is
Yeah,
actually examine the beetle to see if it has like any signs of like it's venomous or something before anybody tries to touch them.
Wait,
Commander,
Okay.
may I suggest that the Doctor and Counselor try and find the human that is down here whilst we investigate the ship?
yeah, that would probably
Can we not forget about the
be,
human again? That would be wonderful.
Yes.
I will
that's-
drag intern.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find out what happened here.
All right. So,
Yeah.
um,
Should, probably do
who
it.
is going to be investigating the ship? Raise
I
hands.
probably should as
Okay.
an engineer.
Yes.
Okay, so you and Shannon. All right, so this is going to be a either reason and science or reason and engineering. And it's going to be a difficulty 2 check to see if you can figure out what's going on with the shuttle pod. Who wants to be primary and who wants to assist? Because I will let one of you actually take the role and the other one assist.
As engineer, I probably should be the one doing
Yeah,
it, right? So reason and engineering, and just 2d20s, right?
Yep, or unless you want to spend momentum to make it higher. So that's
Oh,
one.
too late. I did
And one roll from Commander Chanos, which can be either reason science or reason engineering. Just pick your one that's higher.
Oof.
All right. Well, you don't know much. So,
Great.
who's looking for the human?
The
I
Doctor
will
and the
lead
Counselor.
anybody who is going towards the human just in case he's deranged and tries to attack.
All right. So who else is going to search for the human?
Doctor
I
and
would
Counselor,
probably-
right?
This guy.
Yeah, I would probably be going. So let me. Okay. Yeah.
So, let's see.
Oh, and just side question. We know this human is male?
We do not.
Okay. Just checking.
But, I mean, you're probably going to find out soon.
Fair enough.
You think I could try flying up to see if I could get a better view?
Absolutely. Go for that.
Okay. How would I do
Stupid
that?
bird.
I watch him to make sure he doesn't go in front of me. But
oh.
above me is fine, just not in front of me.
Would that be the aerial combat thing? That
You don't have
or
to.
will-
You don't have to have like a
Oh.
special rule. You can just say
Oh.
that that's what you're. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Because
Gonna.
not everything needs to be something that is adjudicated with a formal rule. Sometimes it's okay to just do a thing.
Okay, so it's not
Okay,
like
we're not
5e
playing
where I will get a.
Hasbro Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get slapped in the face by my DM for daring
All
to
right.
forget that I have a wings button.
How big is this ship? Give me some sense of scale here. Is it as big as like a shuttle from Enterprise?
Yeah, it's about as big as a. I mean, it's literally one of the shuttle pods from the show Enterprise.
Right. Okay. Cool.
It's the exact same
no
make
worries.
and model. So, all right.
Well, then I want to get inside and check out the plasma systems that run it because it won't have any warp power inside.
All right. So I basically they're sorry, Mr. Ross. I don't know. You're what? An ensign? Is that what it is?
It would be I believe,
Lieutenant junior grade.
Okay.
Yeah.
So an arrow flies right past you,
Whoa.
and we
Okay.
are now officially in combat. And I'm going to have
Hey, it's not
Ross
very
go
friendly.
first. There is, in fact,
Oh.
a human behind a tree that is nearby. And let's see. Let's turn on the zone.
There should be boss music playing, man.
I didn't have any that I
Doubt this guy's a boss.
Yeah,
well,
that was,
there is that too. Yeah, he's not a boss.
Or the danger
far
music,
up there.
the encounter music.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so He is behind the tree to the northeast of you. What are you going to do, Ross?
I feel like my first instinct shouldn't be to fire on him, but in fairness, I was fired on first.
I mean, you do have a stun setting.
Oh,
I
yes,
just-
I do.
Yes.
I just look at him to make sure he doesn't run ahead of me.
Wait, sorry, who's going first?
Ross, because he was the one who was shot at, so he's the first one to actually be aware of anything.
Okay, I will.
Who's on first and
probably,
what's on second?
I don't know who's on third.
Fire a type 2 phaser. Yeah.
Okay, so take a difficulty 2 control and security check.
Difficulty. Okay, let me make sure I have everything right. Is that in complication range? Yeah.
Complication range is going to stay at 1 for this.
Oh, okay, just making sure. If I'm correct, control and security. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then from there. Oh. Did it do the thing or?
No, you got to hit the Starfleet button.
Oh, I'm. Yeah, button. Yes.
We'll get there.
Yeah,
Are you
so
having trouble? It's called
I
task
haven't-
roll. There's a little Starfleet delta that looks like the
Oh,
TNG
yes.
delta. There you go. You want to
Yeah,
click that. That's not the right one. Oh wait, no, that's the damage roll. You want to actually roll the task roll first, but we'll take that damage roll.
Yeah. Task roll. Sorry, It's been years
There
since
you
I've
go.
used roll 20.
You did not successfully hit him, and he yells back, "Damn Romulans!" Which is weird because you're
Romulan?
definitely not a Romulan. But
Do I look like a Romulan?
who's going to go next? I think it's probably Croc because he was ready to figure out if there was a problem.
Correct.
You can now see the guy because he yelled out, so he drew your attention to him. So you
Okay.
have
Careful, bird.
Do I see that they are equipped with a weapon?
Yes, he in fact has a bow with arrows. He is knocking another arrow.
On the screen, he looks like he's got a mini-me.
Yeah, that's because I forgot that I already put a token there, and so I put a second token, and that's my bad on that one.
He is actively shrinking right now.
Don't worry, that's
It's
just
a human with another human as a backpack.
yeah.
doing
No,
that.
it's just me forgetting
It's
that I
him
already put a token
and
there.
his other personality.
So what are you? What are
He
you up
has
to,
a
Croc?
child.
Croc? What are you doing?
Oh god, you're multiplying.
So what I want to do, whether or not I can do it, I'll find out. I want to fly directly at the person and
Okay.
disarm them.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can
Stupid bird.
fly right towards him, and then
Alright.
disarm is actually one of the tasks, and I have it here in my fancy GM screen that I forgot that I had until earlier today.
You can move one zone for free, if I recall correctly. If you want to move more than one zone, you have to.
Yeah, he's
That's
only
your
one zone
action.
away. So let's see.
Okay.
Disarm is one of the things. Let's see.
Yeah, just tell me what I need to roll.
So that is going to be a daring and security check. It is difficulty 2. And he will be
Daring and
opposing you.
security. All right. I got 1. It looks like.
All right. So that is a failure. He also only got 1, which means that because it's a tie, he tries to punch you, but he manages to miss. But you have not successfully disarmed him. It is now whoever would like to go next. Basically, you all are going to be able to go until you've all gone.
I'll probably aim to go last, since, where my skill set lies.
Okay. And do
I'll
remember,
go next.
Commander Chanos, when it comes to your turn, you can use the direct action to give someone else an extra task by giving them an order instead of you taking a task. But looks like Commander Shelby decided to go next, so what are you up to, Shelby?
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to shout at the dumb bird security officer and tell him to fly, and I'm going to attempt to fire my phaser at that rock in front of him and make it explode.
Okay. Take a daring and security check.
Daring, security, 2d2s, right?
Well, 2d20s,
Oh,
but yeah.
d20s. Yep, sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah, there we go.
All right, that is 2 successes. You managed to blow that rock up, which I am going to say it gives you guys an advantage, because this is also going to essentially be a create advantage roll. And what it will do is it will give him a +1 difficulty on all security checks for the next round, so that way he's in some trouble if he wants to try to hit you guys.
What about the fact that I told Croc to fly away? Does he have to do anything to make sure he does that successfully, or?
Well, until his next turn, he can't act on that, but on his next turn, he can opt to follow that order.
Right.
So, who is next?
I just appreciate that FTFE here is doing the classic exploding rocks Star Trek thing.
Yes,
Of course.
And I love that this game lets me have a pretty easy way to adjudicate what that means.
Yeah.
All right, so who's next?
Yeah, if no one else wants to go, I would go next.
Okay.
Though I can't move my token.
Oh, you can't? I'll try to make sure that that's actually applied to you. Give me a second. Do I not have you on the... Alright.
I don't know. I just know I can
I'll
see my
double-check.
token,
Oh, yeah,
but I can't move it.
That's because I'm being an idiot. Sorry. There you go. You should be able to now.
It happens. Dapper's a professional. Please drink.
Okay.
I would like to move over here behind that tree and try to get a shot at the guy on the other side.
Absolutely. Now, between you and he's
while
going to have some
taking-
cover, so...
While taking
Yeah,
care not to hit Mr. Croc.
If you roll a complication, you'll probably hit Croc. But the complication range is currently 1, so... Don't
I
play
told
it.
him to get out of the way. It's Croc's fault if he gets hit.
I am prepared to get hit. It's okay.
Daring and...
But it's
sorry,
still it's still
control and
complication range
security.
1 or...
Yep, complication range 1.
Okay.
You should roll another die on top of that.
I clicked 2. God damn it.
It must not have registered.
Roll20's never been known to have weird issues.
So I'm going to take those first 2. So that's a success, and you didn't roll any complications. So roll your damage.
Okay.
Ooh, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. So this guy drops like a sack of rocks, and he is very
We're
stunned.
supposed to be saving him, not murking him.
He didn't die.
We're the
Our
heroes.
phases are on stun, right? It's standard procedure
Yes.
to have them on
Yes.
stun, so that's cool.
Yeah. Plus,
I blew up the rock to distract him, and the XO has stunned him. That's the plan. It worked perfectly.
Okay.
well, now we are
Oh,
out.
yeah.
We are out of combat, so we're no longer worrying about turns or careful movement across zones. So you guys can run over with medical, assistance.
Doctor,
I disarm
please
the
have-
individual. I disarm the individual.
Okay, you
That
managed
is
I want to make that
Also a good idea.
He has a bow and several arrows that are made out of bits of flint, and a few of them are made out of scrap metal that seems like it probably came from the Romulan ship.
All right, I put them on my person somewhere.
Okay.
I feel like the doctor should be giving medical aid to.
Yeah, I'm gonna make
Yes.
my way over there and give this guy a tricorder once over.
All right. So,
Well, this is going on. Hey, where would the nearest beetle happen to be?
they're scuttling all over the place. If you want to go grab one, that's going to be a daring security roll.
Okay, let me.
One track mind.
You should have let me pick it up for you. But that's
Okay, I
As
cast
you're
level
doing
1
that,
for
I
this?
notice a beetle scurry past my foot, and I stamp on it.
It's pretty big,
How
you
do
know.
you stamp on something the size of a cat?
Well, they're not the size of the cat. They're like this big.
Yeah, they're the size of your hand.
Yeah.
He said.
They squelch very...
All right. So, Ross, why don't you take a daring security check to see if you can grab a beetle? Yes, you managed to successfully
never mind,
grab a
you did
beetle.
fine.
And
Whatever.
here's a point of momentum.
Oh, good.
So there you go. It's
Well, look at
scurrying
his
around
friend.
trying to snap at you. It is clearly not a fan of this. Dr. Tragan, were you going to go over and stabilize this guy?
My name is little guy Jimothy.
Yes.
All right, so this is going to be a daring medicine check with a difficulty of
Daring
1.
medicine. Okay.
You guys do have 4 momentum. So, you know.
Is historical medicine going to apply here?
No, it's just regular. You're just using your own medical kit.
Okay.
But you're using it on a historical figure.
The
This
guy
guy's-
is historical. I hope your medicine
We
is
don't
good.
know
You
that.
need to roll another
Go
die,
for it.
though. You have only 1.
Um,
All right, so yeah, you successfully stabilized him.
okay, while she's doing that, can I check him for like hidden weapons, just in case he pops up with like a knife or something?
Yeah, but he doesn't have any.
If you start touching him, I'm going to slap you away.
I don't see the doctor. I don't see the doctor is
I'm
moved
busy.
on mine.
He's out.
Yeah, now that we're not in combat and we don't really care where people are, we're just doing theater of the
Right.
mind now. Yeah.
I need
Okay.
visuals.
I
Sorry.
think I'm gonna name
Here, I'll
this
move.
this little guy Flagungus. I don't know. It seems
Okay.
to fit him.
Whilst all of you are dealing with the human, I am scanning with my tricorder, trying to find a way to open this shuttle.
Okay.
As soon as combat started, I started dropping down and see if I get scans on this strange blue moss.
Okay, that is a good idea. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with Tragan, then we're going to go down to Lanford, and then we're going to go to Shelby. So Tragan, take a reason medicine check to see if you can figure out what his status is beyond the fact that he was just stunned by a phaser.
Does my psychology apply?
Yes.
Bonus focus. Let's go. Is this a task roll 1 or 2?
2. The standard is 2, unless you would like to buy extra dice, because you do have a bunch of momentum. But no, because
No,
you already rolled it. So you
Yeah.
have found out that he is actually under the influence of a potent psychotropic drug or chemical of some kind that's affecting his perception and mood. It's probably why he was so agitated and went with a shoot first kind of mentality. All right, let's go to.
This guy's really high. I think I might know what the moss is.
Well, let's check with Lanford. So Lanford, why don't you give me a reason science check?
All right, I will do that, and I feel this moss is important. I would like to spend a momentum to buy an extra die.
Okay, so we will reduce momentum by 1, and you can roll 3 dice. All right, so it comes with a complication. So, the good news is that you have figured out that this moss is not what's affecting him. However, the bad news is you've released some of the deadly poisonous chemicals from the moss into your own system, and you are now going to take... I'm going to roll 4 challenge dice worth of stress damage.
Oh no.
Which is-
Lanford's like, nope, this isn't it, guys. No.
So you take one stress
isn't it. This
as
is
you are
definitely it.
slightly poisoned by the moss.
Good
Make
news,
the high,
guys.
bad news,
I
it
know what the
just
moss is now.
kills you.
That's nice. Are you okay?
Shelby, why don't you give me a reason and engineering check with difficulty 2? You can pay for more dice if you'd like to.
Reason engineering check with difficulty 2. What's that? How do I do that?
So difficulty 2
That'll
is just
just be
how
how
many
many
successes you
successes.
need.
Right.
Below the.
Should probably spend
Right,
momentum if we need 2 successes.
Yeah. Can I spend a momentum then? Yeah.
In
So I
fact,
do
you
3
technically
dice.
could spend 3 momentum and get 2 dice if you wanted to.
How
Do
much
it.
momentum do we have?
3.
3.
Are you guys okay with that?
Do it.
So
It's there to be
4
spent.
Yeah,
Make it
do it.
hail.
Right. Reason
Momentum is
engineering 4
4
d20s.
dice.
Here we go.
All right, so you guys get your momentum back because
Woo!
when you spend a lot of momentum, you often get some of it back. So let's see. You have figured out that the ship was heavily damaged in battle, and there's evidence of radiation consistent with atomic weaponry and phase-modulated energy cannons, which were typical of the Earth-Romulan War. If you would like to spend that extra point of momentum you got back, I can give you more information.
Guys, I feel information is important. It's up to you.
I
Make it
think
hail. It's
information is
there to be
important.
Actually, don't you have a trait
Need
where
every-
you can get extra
every
information
single-
or something? Or talents?
Wait, what are my traits?
Or talents, actually, yeah.
Are analytical recall. Incisive scrutiny. I know my ship or procedural compliance.
Maybe not then. All right, but also because you're on camera, you also do get a free bonus momentum if you just don't want to spend this one.
Yeah, I think we should spend another momentum to get a bit more information.
You want to spend your on-camera bonus or the one that you just generated?
Let's spend my own bonus one, my own camera one.
So, the tricorder reading will date the ship debris at 6 years old, even though the make of both the Romulan and the Starfleet vessel here put it firmly in the 22nd century. So, but as far as your tricorder can tell, this thing has been here for 6 years. And also, this guy who Dr. Tragan has just treated, he's dressed in the tattered remains of a old Earth Starfleet uniform from the 22nd century, but he's clearly not old enough to be from the 22nd century.
Okay, so he's wearing a uniform they would have been wearing in Enterprise, like the blue boiler suit.
Yep.
Right,
Wibbly
okay.
wobbly timey-wimey. You're this
Yes.
wibbly wobbly black hole.
This might
Captain,
do something.
Go to the psyche
Wormhole.
val on that guy.
I'm going to contact the captain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Captain, Doctor here.
Go ahead, Doctor.
We seem to have found the individual who was crashed on the ship. He appears to be dressed in old-timey garb, at least a century old, but is not of that age. He is currently unconscious and suffering from some, what appears to be psychedelic influence from probably some kind of plant matter, from what we've been able to figure out. Requesting permission to bring him on board and help him detox.
Permission granted, Doctor. Do you believe there's a hazard to the rest of the away team?
Only if they keep sniffing things.
Captain Hawk will close his eyes for a second and say, "Understood, Doctor. Please relay my order for them to stop sniffing things and bring him aboard."
Noted, Captain. Thank you.
Captain, Dr. Shelby here. I have a hypothesis that the wormhole at the center of this solar system may attach to another point in time, as clearly both the human and the remains that we've discovered have been here for less time than would allow from the period that they appear to be from. I suggest scanning for any other signs of technology from this era.
Understood. I concur, and I guess we do those scans while the away team is doing their thing.
Yeah, if you want, you can either do the scans yourself, or if you really want to, you can create a character who might have a better science and reason than you. I don't know. You might have a really good science and reason.
I have an awful science and reason. In fact, one of my traits is I don't need to know the science. That's why I have science officers.
Well, hey, why don't we create a supporting character that can be the guy who takes this check? Now that will mean that he will become.
Awesome.
That will mean he will become your main PC for the scene, which means that Captain Hawk can't take tasks other than ones with difficulty 0. But who cares? Because you're just trying to take a task to do science-y stuff. So let's see. Let me just make sure I'm on the right page for supporting characters here in the core rulebook. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create an entire new character. Here.
All these characters are lower deck characters.
Yeah, basically. So, what is the science officer's name?
Bob.
Does he have a last name?
Dave.
Bob Dave?
Two first names. Untrustworthy. You've just given someone 2 first names.
Yep.
I can't trust this person.
All right, so
just-
Lieutenant Bob Dave, who is a lieutenant, I'm going to assume he's human?
Yeah, human simplest.
Human, okay.
Family takes its name from a famous television channel.
He gets the trait of human.
Bob
So it's
and Doug. He's got a brother named Doug.
So,
So
let's
he's
see.
Doug Dave.
Now, we have attributes. We have 10, 9, 9, 8, 8, and 7. I'm assuming you want 10 in the reason.
Absolutely.
All right. Where's the first 9 going to go?
A man with that name has to be reasonable.
Probably control.
Okay. Where's the second 9 going?
Insight.
Okay. The first 8.
Fitness.
Okay. And the second 8.
which one would govern his like confidence and like demeanor?
Well, those would be daring or presence, depending on which one you mean.
All right, well, let's do presence as the lower one because I want this guy to be kind of insecure.
Okay. Oh, you're creating
Red
Barkley,
Bob
aren't you?
Dave.
What?
We were like creating an NPC who was like the most untrustworthy being in
All right.
existence.
When it comes to disciplines, I'm assuming you want the 4 in science.
Of course, that's why that is literally his purpose of being.
Right. Where do you want a 3?
Probably medicine, since I also suck at that.
Okay. There's 2 2s. Where do you want those?
Why don't we put him in engineering and con?
Engineering and con. Okay. He gets 3 focuses. What are they going to be?
Can he have a focus in like time-related physics or
Temporal mechanics.
temporal physics?
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh god, I almost said chronomancy in response to that. My 40k brain rot.
All right. What's the next focus going to be?
What would it be to be an expert in like sensor operations or ship like? What would that be?
I mean, that sounds pretty generic, so you probably want to narrow that down a little bit.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be immediately useful. It can just be a thing that's there.
Right. Why don't we do a focus in astrophysics
Okay.
and then chess?
I was gonna say cooking.
Cooking, I like that too. Cooking's good. He's like
Um,
only confident when he's in the kitchen.
Yes.
There you go. It's definitely cooking.
I am headcanoning this guy as a secret Necron somehow.
His specialty is over easy egg breakfast.
His eyes are
Eggs-
very
eggs
green and
Benedict.
glowy.
Cooking. All right. So
Make that
I
lean
will
hollandaise
make sure
sauce.
that he is available to all players and visible to all players. We can make up some art for him later if we want to, but now there is a new character, Lieutenant Bob Dave.
No, that is Chat's job. Chat, if you're out there, we need
Oh.
Bob Dave art either
Yes.
in his element or out of his element. So either in the
Yeah.
kitchen or having a nervous breakdown doing science.
Yeah, and he's a lieutenant, TOS era, so keep that in mind for like uniform and rank purposes. All right, but now you should see that you have a Lieutenant Bob Dave with a generic token right now. So feel free to open that character sheet up. And now he is your primary character for this scene. We have used up 1 crew support from the ship, so please note that. And make the check.
It was reason and science, right?
Correct.
That's a 1.
Well, also, you rolled it with your character, did you? Or was that with
Did
his
I?
character sheet?
I hit the button on his
Yes.
thing.
Then it was probably him. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Yeah,
definitely,
roll
it used
20
his
always
stats.
rolls as the person that you select in the drop-down menu.
And you're going to have to remind me because we went through this whole thing. What are you scanning for again? I'm sorry.
So we were supposed to be checking.
Looking for other stuff that looked like it was from this era.
Oh,
Yeah, we're
yes.
checking for other things that are similar to this.
So, the Romulan debris on the planet also gives off the same temporal signature, so it also looks like it's been here for only 6 years.
I guess I'm speaking as lieutenant, but it's weird for Lieutenant Dave to be reporting to myself. But,
Yeah, and yet that's what's happening.
So Lieutenant Dave will say, "Captain, I am very well, somewhat reasonably confident that the Romulan wreckage also dates from the same period."
Okay.
Thank you, Lieutenant Dave.
We're gonna go back to the planet. We have there's a couple things. One, Shelby, you have managed to gain access to some fragmentary files from the shuttle pod's computer if you want to download them. And also, if anyone would like, you can try to figure out where the psychedelic drugs are actually coming from, because apparently it's not the blue moss.
Thanks. So how do I download those files?
You can just say that you do. It's fine.
I've downloaded the files.
All right.
Can I
You
call up
succeeded.
to the ship and ask the captain if I can bring... I'll just do it. Hey, Cap.
Out of curiosity, I found these big beetles, like hand-sized beetles. You think I could bring one back up? Might prove useful. I don't know, toxicology. You know what I mean.
Lieutenant Lanford.
No, that was Ross.
I know.
Oh, okay.
I'm calling
Yes,
Lieutenant
Captain.
Lanford. In your expert opinion, do you think these beetles would pose a danger to the ship or its crew?
I haven't had a chance to scan one myself yet. Definitely want to get some good scans on one before we bring it up.
Well, I have one for you.
All right. Lieutenant Lanford, please manage that situation. Captain Hawk out.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So,
This is where Captain Hulk is just banging his head against the console.
so
This is
That's
why
a
you
Nash
come
Greek
down.
road.
why don't you give me a difficulty 2 reason and science check?
I'm just holding this creature like a cat.
Okay. So, you have found that the beetle actually does contain also trace amounts of this whatever psychoactive compound was. And further, your tricorder has pinged that a nearby water source also has a bit of this compound in it, and it might be the source that is,
Why this guy is super high.
yeah, basically.
So the beetles are also afflicted, and it looks like we're looking at the water source. I would like to check that water source out.
Okay. So when you get there, I will let you know. Like, yeah, it's definitely the source of this. It's hard to say exactly why this chemical is in there. It could be some byproduct of like an algal metabolism or something like that, but you're not sure. What's the plan?
Samples. Definitely want to get some samples.
Okay.
And any other scans I can get. And
If
that's
we
as
bring
far
a
as-
beetle up, it should probably be a dead one.
Yeah. So you are able to determine that while the beetle is not like terribly threatening, it's also not exactly something you could tame or anything, and it does seem very aggressive.
I mean, it could be because of the chemicals.
Maybe.
Could I check to see if it's because of that?
I'm going to let you know that you aren't going to be able to figure that out while you're here. That's going to be a long-term observation kind of a thing.
Okay. Would I be
Am I
able to sedate the beetle?
I mean, you could ask one of the medical officers to use their hypo spray to sedate him, I guess.
Hey, Doc. You mind if I borrow a hypo spray?
Absolutely
reason.
not. Absolutely not. If you want
Come on,
to want to keep one as a pet, we can come back and pick one up after you've built a proper enclosure for it.
Yeah, you have a point.
Yeah, I know.
We also saw other animals that might not be as aggressive.
What, you mean those little eye
Don't
guys?
encourage
They
him.
were not
I'm saying that out of character.
I mean, they're very...
I turn around and look over at you guys, and I say, "Are you Starfleet officers or are you children?"
I'm a Starfleet officer who...
Well, then
Well,
act like it. This is an away mission on a planet that is dangerous with poison around. Stop arguing about taking beetles and please do your job.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So,
if you have to
Captain?
take scientific samples, do so. Otherwise, concentrate on the safety of the team and the
All
ship. The next question would be, does it make sense to decontaminate the shuttle while we are here, like with a low yield phaser setting or something, or is that something that we would do when using the tractor beam to get it
before
up?
that's discussed, all right, up on the ship, there is a violent shake, and the ship starts being pulled away from the. I gotta do the Star Trek.
Oh no.
Yes.
It's the wormhole.
And yeah, the ship is being violently pulled away. It might be a good idea to beam back up.
Okay.
I grabbed the human and put them on my shoulders.
Well, so I, as the captain, will
holding-
order the helm to stabilize our orbit, put us at yellow alert, and communicate to Commander Chinos that I need the away team back on the ship immediately.
I immediately contact engineering and say, lock on to away team emergency beam up.
All right, so you guys are going to be able to successfully
I'm
beam
still-
up.
I'm still holding the beetle. No one slapped it out of my hands.
As we teleport away, the beetle's left behind because it's not part of the things to lock onto. Sorry.
Well, I mean, it's as much a thing to lock onto as the human was, so yeah, it's on the
Yeah.
transporter pad now.
Yeah.
Excuse me, as the chief engineer, do you not think that I would have programmed my transporters to not allow random things to come back with them?
Plus the biofilters.
Can we
Oh
roll
yeah,
to
it was
see
caught in
if
the
it's
biofilters.
goo?
All right, so
Yeah, could it be goo?
God, it would. It could just splat. Oh God. You know what? Yeah, let's do
Well,
that.
then-
Sounds
It'll be
like
funny.
transporter malfunction in the making.
Well, then at least you have your sample if it's goo.
so you guys are
Yeah, it's a
now
sample either way.
back on the ship. Let's see. This is a new scene. However, I am spending 6 points of threat
Yikes.
Dun, dun,
to
dun.
reduce the power on the ship to 3 as you are sucked away from the planet by the wormhole.
Power 3.
Sounds threatening.
I already said it's
Okay.
a 3.
So
Oh,
I just wanted to ask what we did with the human. Did we just bring them the med bay, or
That is up to you guys. So you are on the ship again, and the ship is being wrenched away. But basically, I'm going to say that that's up to Dr. Tragan and Lieutenant Ross.
Yeah.
I'll
we're
carry the
going
human where they need to go, but
Well,
I'm
put
leaving
him
it
on the
up to you.
stretcher. They knew we were coming, so
Yeah, okay.
throw him on the thing, and he should be taken by medical officers to
Miss Dawes.
quarantine area of med bay. That should be a little bit sealed off because we don't know if he's going to be aggressive when he wakes up.
I'm
Okay.
going to
Done.
put the beetle in a decently sized box for now until I can work on a bigger enclosure.
so when you say our power's dropped, is that just the overall power of the ship? Meaning that there's just less power for the engines and everything?
Yep. So right now, I have dropped your power to 3, which means any activity that would normally require ship's power, like going to warp, firing phasers, using the transporters again, you only have 3 power for any of those activities. And I reserve the right to spend more threat to pull more power away.
And are we currently being pulled into the wormhole?
You sure are.
Right. Okay. Then
Okay.
I'm, as the chief engineer, I'm going to start ordering people to, concentrate on that are here.
Yeah.
And can I try and activate the ship's impulse engines to maintain a stable orbit?
So that is something that the person at the helm will have to do.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If I need to do something, you can order me to do that.
Okay,
Well-
so I order Helm to transfer power to impulse engines and try and maintain a stable orbit of the wormhole.
Okay. So let's see. So we're gonna do that in a second. But first, we're gonna cut over to the sick bay. So,
Okay.
Dr. Tragan, what are you up to on the sick bay? Chesh?
She might be muted.
She is,
Sorry,
but
what?
she's also wasn't paying attention. What's up with that guy?
What's up with that guy?
Yeah, what's up with that guy?
I want that guy on a separated out on a thing,
What does that mean?
strapped down a little bit just in case he wakes up and loses
Slices?
his bad mind.
Sorry, say that
Or
again?
you asking- or strapped down.
Okay,
so
strapped down,
when he
got it.
wakes up in case he loses his mind. I want him in like semi-quarantined, but just in a way where we're gonna have to like get him detoxed.
Okay, so I am going to say that you can do a control medicine check to figure out what the heck's going on with this guy fully. And that can be assisted by the ship's sensors and medicine. And also, if Ross would like to, he can also assist with a control and medicine check.
Yes, I will do that.
All right. So the sensor
Oh.
ship didn't help.
Sorry. Yeah, we're currently struggling for power.
Control medicine, if I'm correct. Yes.
Yes. And Chesh, you
Okay.
got 2. Okay, so that's good. All right. So that is 1 momentum that you guys have generated from that task. So let's see. You have figured out more exactly what the chemical structure of this whole thing is. So that way you have a bit of an easier time coming up with a solution. But also, let's go to the con. Con, get me a daring and con roll. Whoever's flying the ship.
Okay,
Isn't that Bob Dave still?
No, he was a science guy.
he was sensor guy.
All right, okay.
We're back to main cast now. Bob Dave is pissed off.
I physically threw him from my seat because that's my seat.
All right, so
right.
He
Yeah,
started
he
a
had to
great
go to the
fire on the
bathroom
lower
really
decks.
bad after that.
Would
After
the-
that situation. It's
you
just
have now
amazing.
managed to
Would the
get.
ship support that? Would the ship support that with engines and con or something?
Yes, actually, the ship would support that with engines and con. Yep.
Engines and con. Okay.
All right, so we're going to take that 0 because it's on the left, and that's just the rule I use.
Yeah.
All right, so the ship didn't help, but you did generate a point of momentum, and the ship is no longer just falling precipitously towards the wormhole. It is now a more controlled, but it is still not able to reestablish orbit. We'll go back to the med bay. So this is going to be a control or reason plus medicine task with a difficulty of 3 to figure out what is up with
That guy.
that guy. This is again
That
going to be
guy,
supported
TM.
by the ship's sensors and medicine. And also, Ross, you can also assist. Actually, you can take primary if you want to. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
So control medicine. Yep.
sorry, ship's computers and medicine, not sensors and medicine. My bad.
Oh, ship's computers. Yes.
Yeah, the ships could roll computers and medicine, and whoever wants to can either roll control and or reason and medicine with a difficulty of 3.
Computers and medicine.
The ship did not help.
Oh, sorry.
I'd sort this ship out.
All right, you do have 2 points of momentum if you want to buy an extra die.
Yeah, sure, because I accidentally rolled for the ship anyway, so...
All right, well, roll for your character, and you can get a third die. And also, Chesh, if you want to assist, you can roll either a control and medicine or a reason and medicine, whichever's higher for you. Okay, so that is 2 successes. It is not enough to get a
Hold on.
bonus on the next one. Sorry.
Sorry, didn't Ross spend momentum?
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
Yeah, you get another
I-
D20. You
Yeah,
forgot
she
to
got
roll the
one more
extra
D20.
Yeah, I had accidentally rolled the ship, so I decided to spend it, so...
So roll one more D20
Yeah, roll
for
one
the
more
third one
D20.
you bought with momentum.
Roll one more. Let me, How would I, do that?
Just roll the same way you just rolled and take the one on the left.
Or just
Ah,
reduce
okay,
it to
okay.
1. I don't know.
yeah, you can do that too. That's what I was gonna say.
All right, so that is a
Hey.
third success. All right, so you have figured out a chemical compound which should manage to clear this from his system soon, TM.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well, yeah, he's the guy TM,
When
so
grammatically appropriate.
So the check to see whether or not you can successfully administer the right dose is going to be insight and medicine. So who's going to higher insight medicine? Tragan or Ross?
Probably me.
What is your
I'm
need?
11 and 5.
Wow.
If I may say, I do have one of my focuses as toxicology, so
I would have let that apply to any of these. You should have spoken up earlier. What's your
I forgot.
what's your insight and medicine combined?
Insight and medicine, that would be 14.
Yeah, so it looks like Chesh is probably going to be the lead on this.
Yeah.
But when you assist, make sure you click yes on your focus. So Chesh, do you want to buy a die?
No, I'm alright for now.
All right. You could also spend a point of determination if you have an appropriate value.
I would like to do that.
All right. What value are you going to use?
What's your recommendation?
I mean, what are your values?
I don't think I got one that'll work. I mean, I have doctor's orders. Or
That's
sorry, my
that's a trait.
focuses. No, my values. Oh my god, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's. I mean, yeah.
If it's worth doing, it's worth doing perfectly. Could work.
Yeah, I think that would work.
All right.
Yeah.
So
We're
you count.
gonna perfectionist this.
All right. So get rid of 1 point of determination. So back down to 0. And
Can
now,
I use my multitasking talent?
what does that do?
It lets me do things with my extra arm.
So let's see. Spend 3 momentum to gain the benefit of additional senior officer role until then. Probably not right now.
Damn it! I just want to use my extra arm.
That's okay.
All right.
So what we're gonna do is, Chesh, you can roll 2 dice, but you already have 2 successes right now that you've already established.
Perfect.
And then the ship's computers and medicine can also help. And Ross, you can also help with a focused insight and medicine task.
Yep.
I did the ship. Oh, no, ship sucks.
Boom.
Man, screw this ship.
We really need that M5 upgrade.
So that's
Wait,
4 successes so far.
No,
Yeah.
bad.
Ross, what do you got? Okay, so none. But that is still 4 successes and was only difficulty E. So, you have
I did it
Right.
You know, I think that
all by myself.
So,
It's that extra arm coming in.
Yeah.
so
coming in hot.
this guy kind of starts to wake up. He's still very, very
Slapping people
groggy.
away.
But he wakes up and he looks around and he's like, what? And he looks at Dr. Tragan and kind of stumbles back and then seems rather alarmed by all of this. It doesn't seem like he's seen an Indosian or an Aurelian.
And
But,
that's why we strapped him to the bed.
Like, wait, where am I?
you doing okay, buddy?
I've been stranded on that planet for 6 years, and then you guys just show up. Where am I?
You're on the Lexington. We are a Federation ship.
What's a Federation?
Oh boy.
Just both of us,
you
oh
might
boy.
have some catching up to do. What's the last thing you remember?
We crashed on the planet after chasing off a Romulan warbird, and then I don't know what happened to my ship. Like the starship I was attached to.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was me and 2 others on the shuttle pod. And then over the last 6 years or so, they died. And I'm the last
Do you
one.
remember the name of the ship you were on?
I guess the USS Atlantis, NX-05.
Can I get a read in research on the USS Atlantis, please?
Yeah.
You just rest for now and relax. We're gonna get you Is there anything that you need? Intern, do a psychological evaluation.
Yes. Hi, hello.
Hello.
Do you mind if I ask your name?
I'm Lieutenant John Kearney.
Lieutenant John Kearney. Hi. Hello, John. My name is Ross. I
Hello.
am the ship's counselor.
You're the what?
Ship's counselor.
Oh, I didn't know that was a job.
Oh boy.
Neither did I.
I don't need to be here.
I'm just sitting there watching, being like, I could just do this job, and I'm using my third arm to drink some coffee. Arms crossed.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions to see how you're holding up mentally?
I guess so. But before you do, we're going to cut back to the bridge because we have. Oh, get to the.
There are monsters.
Yes. Well, no, but.
But maybe.
What
Okay,
if the
so
real
let's
monster
see.
is with the friends we made along the way?
I would like someone on the ship, so probably Lanford, to take a reason and science task assisted by the ship's sensors and science.
Alright, reason science.
And science. Oh, well done, ship! Finally.
Oh, nice. Okay, so it was all right, so that was difficulty 3, which means you just managed to get it. There are cloaked mines, Romulan cloaked mines that are in your path. You might want to steer around those.
All right. When
I can
I'm
shoot them if we need to.
when I
Maybe.
get the report of cloaked mines, I'm immediately going to bring us to red alert, and
Oh boy.
I'm going
You need me to
to.
Captain, do you need me to fire?
Nice.
Nice.
Okay. So I'm gonna order the helm to keep us away from those mines, and then ask whoever the security officer is, like,
Me.
okay, whoever is like in charge
It's
of
the
the
same-
weapons, what the safe range is to blow up these mines.
Okay. I specialize in shipboard weapons. It's one of my focus.
All right, so the answer to whether or not you can safely blow them up is going to depend on whether you can first avoid them, because they are approaching.
That's fair.
So this is
That's
going to be a daring and con task, which is going to be difficulty 2. You do have 2 banks momentum right now, and it is assisted by the ship's engines and con.
You should
When you
probably
say
use
they're
all of them.
cloaked, how can we see them?
Oh, see, this is a century-old invisibility screen technology. It's not nearly as
Right.
good as modern Romulan cloaking
Okay.
tech.
Did you say engines and con for the ship?
Correct.
Okay, there.
So how many can I spend possibly?
So you can spend, well, I mean, ultimately, if you want to, you can spend 2 momentum and then, like, 4,
Give him a
give
threat,
me 4
right?
threat if you want to get all the dice and have roll 5. So the first die you buy is going to be 1 momentum. The second one is going to be 2. The third one is going to be 3. And there you go. That gets you up to 6. How many dice would you like to buy?
I'll buy 2.
Okay, so that is going to be spending 2 momentum and giving me 1 threat.
Well, hold on. Do we get 1 momentum for being on camera? Is that correct?
It's an immediate spend. And this is not an
for the
immediate
immediate-
spend.
okay.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah,
like
got
obtain information, increase damage, things like that.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll just do this then.
Very nice. And the ship didn't help, but the difficulty was 2. So you get 2 momentum back. And you have successfully
Okay.
evaded
Back.
them. So here's the thing. You could shoot them, but they are currently whizzing past you. And they're probably not going to be a threat again, since now you know where they are. But if you would like to, you can still try to shoot them. I will tell you what, though. I'm going to increase the complication range to 3, and if you get a complication, they will blow up and damage the ship.
And I will suggest that we reserve power by not unnecessarily firing the phasers.
Right, firing
Roman-
phasers will
Yeah.
cost a point of energy. Which actually, by the way, you
If
guys
it-
were charged 1 energy, so Shelby, you can put that energy back up to 4.
But at the
4.
moment, we
Okay.
should try to conserve as much energy as possible. We
If-
can clear the sector once the situation is over.
Right. If they're already past, if they're already whizzing past us, then we'll just mark them, their location and projected trajectory, and avoid their path.
Okay. Now,
Are we still being pulled into this wormhole?
you are, although it is still going to be on order of, like, hours, not minutes. So it is an emergency, but it is not like we are all about to die right now.
All right,
what
I'm
I'm
going to
gonna
bring
do-
us back down to yellow alert. Keep those shields up, though.
All right. Let's see. Commander Shelby, would you like
Yes.
to review the fragmentary files that you got?
Yes, I was going to talk about that. I want to see if they mention anything about the radiation and stuff and that we were finding.
So they are in the form of a series of personal logs.
Okay.
Would you like to play them?
Yes, I would.
All right. Lieutenant John Kearney, personal log, supplemental. The Romulan bird of prey crashed before her crew could enable the self-destruct mechanism. A cheer went up among the crew in the torpedo bay as huge sections of the enemy vessel burned up in the atmosphere. I don't blame the crew for cheering death. We spent weeks playing a deadly game of cat and mouse through a nearby asteroid field until we finally got the jump on them in this uncharted star system. Scans of the planet revealed that whole segments of the hull went down intact and were strewn across the debris field over 100 kilometers long. Captain Suarez sent us to the planet's surface to salvage the wreckage for technology that might help the war effort. The next one is dated a fair bit later. After a thorough investigation of the Romulan vessel, we found no salvageable technology. As we returned to our shuttle, the ground began to quake, and one of the distant volcanoes, which we had earlier thought dormant, erupted. Its ash quickly blocked out the sun. We found our shuttle on its side, thrusters damaged. We retreated inside to transmit our report to the Atlantis crew and request immediate assistance, but received no answer. We have spent the night holed up here, battered by violent weather, eruptions, and more quakes. None of us have slept. Though at least the night righted the shuttle. From what we can surmise, the Atlantis has disappeared. If she had to break orbit, the captain would have found a way to let us know. Has she been destroyed by another Romulan bird of prey in a surprise attack, stranding us here? Ensign Bowman thinks he can repair the shuttle's thrusters, and we should return to orbit in hopes of finding answers. Several days later, Ensign Bowman is dead. He worked through the night on the thrusters. We found him outside in the gray morning, covered in a strange bluish moss, which seemed to be eating him alive. There was nothing we could do to save him.
I'm very glad we weren't on that planet much longer.
The shuttle pod can't leave the planet. Even if we could repair the thrusters, the moss has infiltrated the engine exhaust ports and drained the power system. It must feed on energy. We are putting the shuttle into low power mode and setting an emergency distress beacon in hopes of rescue. Using gloves from our EVA suits, Ensign Crane and I will be taking shifts clearing the moss from the door. The ground continues to quake daily. 2 weeks, and the moss regrows each day, almost as fast as it can be cleared. Even rationing, our supplies are nearly gone. We will hold out as long as we can. The weather grows cold. Except for the moss, it seems all other plant life is dying. And the final log is from a few days after that. There was an accident. Crane cut his arm while hunting the single-eyed rodent-like animals that we've been subsisting on. The moss must have gotten into the wound. It ate him from the inside out like a flesh-eating bacterial disease. This will be my last entry. No one is coming. I'm alone here now. And that is all you can recover from the shuttle pod.
Okay, well, I want to use the ship's internal sensors to make sure there's none of that moss here.
All right, absolutely. So what you can do is you can take a let's see. We will go with we'll do reason and science on this, and it can be assisted by the ship's let's see, sensors and science.
Someone else roll for the ship, please.
On it.
How many momentum do we have? Can I spend one to get an extra die, please?
It's a difficulty 0 task. I wouldn't if I were you.
Right.
And the ship just got 2 successes.
Nice.
Oh.
Okay,
The ship wants no moss.
So you guys just went up to maximum momentum. So you're at 6 momentum in the bank now. So good job on that. That was a good roll. No, there is no more of that moss. Any moss that might have been around was filtered out by the biofilters. You do actually see that there were moss spores in the biofilters on the transporter, but it filtered those out successfully, and it looks like no one has any moss on them.
Okay, can we purge the biofilters, please?
Absolutely. That's not even a task. You can just do it.
Right, okay, I'm ordering whoever's on this transporters right now to purge the biofilters. Just make sure that's done.
Now, Sickbay, do you have anything else you want to ask Kearney? Because he is going to be slipping back into unconsciousness soon.
I have a feeling I shouldn't ask him if he wants to see a bug.
Probably
They
not.
have a counselor ever.
I'm going to ask him what year he thinks it is.
He gives you an answer that I don't know what it is, but it's during the Earth-Romulan War.
That's what I thought, and then I'm going to give him a sedative.
Okay.
And then I'm going to contact the captain and say we should probably have a meeting.
2256 to 2260.
All right. As you guys are falling towards the wormhole, sensors pick up a Starfleet transponder from the USS Atlantis. It is in the wormhole.
Oh.
Must be that ship that's in the middle.
Actually,
That explains it.
No, there is a second ship in the middle of the wormhole.
Oh.
Oh my, the plot thickens.
So there's a ship and a separate transponder.
So there is a ship that is not the Atlantis, that is not transmitting a transponder, but that you had detected earlier as being at the center of the wormhole, and now that you are closer, you can also detect the Atlantis.
Okay.
That's spoopy.
Yes.
So
we've
probably
got
the
really
Atlantis
advanced
got something.
sensors. Yeah, we've got really advanced sensors, right? Can we do a more detailed scan of what the ship is and stuff?
Absolutely.
If that's okay with everyone else.
Yeah.
Use the points. We got max points.
Yeah, right. So
all
I
the
want
information we can get. So sensors is
to buy
always
an
good.
extra 2 die for the ship to do that if I can.
Okay.
Get on with it.
So I'll roll. What do you want me to roll?
This is going to be a reason con roll, and for the ship, it's going to be sensors con.
Are you good at reason and con, or should somebody else take that role?
Someone else do the ship and put the ship's task rolls up to 3, and I'm doing reason and con. And
Why
I'm
is the
doing
ship's
normal.
task roll going up to 3?
When you spend momentum, you help yourself, not the ship.
Yeah, the ship's.
Oh, sorry. Okay, right. Sorry. Okay. Well, I will put mine up to to 3. Sorry, then. I will still buy an extra
Well,
die for that.
What was the ship's assistance?
Sensors and comm.
Sensors and comm. No help from the ship.
Yeah, either of you. So what is your roll there, Shelby?
011.
All right, was that a complication? No, it shouldn't have been. All right, so all you can tell is that the ship is running on reserve power.
I'm getting some feedback from my mic. I'm struggling to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Tiri. There you go. So yeah, all you're getting is that there is the ship is life support is active. It's on reserve power only, and the hull plating is polarized.
So say that again. Sorry. It's on life. It's on.
So life support is active. The ship is on
Right.
reserve power, and the hull plating has been polarized.
So life support's active. That means there's a breathable atmosphere on board, right?
Yes.
Can we
Okay.
open a channel and communicate with them?
Yeah, I was going to suggest a hail.
You can try, but while that happens, I'm spending 2 more threat to drain 2 more power from the ship.
Oh. Okay, so we're at 2 on that.
Okay, so you attempt to open hailing frequencies, and I mean, you do so successfully. It's not like it's hard, but there is no response back.
And we all go, whoa.
Okay.
Oh,
How
no.
fast is the rate of falling into the wormhole?
You
is
guys-
that becoming a problem?
So you guys
said
only
hours.
have a few hours left.
Right. Okay. So I don't need to worry about stabilizing the orbit anymore right now.
Well, you can't really. Your options were
Right.
basically like warp out of here, or continue for now falling.
Well, I think we've still got some time, and there's a breathable atmosphere on board. There's no one there. Even though it might take our power down, maybe we should send 2 people over, transport them over to see what's going on in that ship.
I
I'd like-
think we should have a meeting.
yeah, I was about to say, let's convene a meeting of the senior officers and determine what our course of action is going to be.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Our senior officers and the counselor who interviewed the guy.
Right,
You
obviously.
guys go over to,
Yes.
presumably like the
The
conference room
interview,
area.
but we didn't feel like
Yeah.
showing it because it would probably.
All right. So after getting reports on the rate of descent and all of that, I'll turn to the doctor and ask for a report on the welfare of this individual.
He is malnourished. He is confused. But I do not think he is lying. He's a little bit mentally not quite in the best place that I've ever seen a human be in, but that seems to be due to isolation and trauma of his time on the planet. He seems to have spent at least 6 years there, as well as seeing comrades die, as well as his last seeming memory seems to be the war with the Romulans. He believes it is X date that matches.
I see. And so it appears that we're dealing with some kind of time-space anomaly.
It appears that way.
Hey,
Do we have any... Go ahead.
Sorry. Hey, why don't you take a reason science roll? It's gonna be difficulty 1.
Reason science.
Well, that's good, because I was just about to ask Lieutenant Lanford what he thought, since this sounds like a science-y thing.
All right, well, I'm gonna give you a +1 momentum on. Where you got a momentum, and you remember.
Can I assist?
No, it's because it's just him remembering things. So you remember that intense gravity fields also cause time dilation, and you are feeling strong gravity fluctuations. Those things could be linked.
Yeah, definitely. Any wormhole, any intense gravity tends to warp more than just the gravity.
It's like space
Do we
and
have-
time are linked in space-time.
Yeah, it's almost like gravity's caused from a warp in space-time. So when you warp space-time, you get weird, things.
Except
Damn
of
it, in
course,
English!
Time is meaningless in space.
In English, we are always traveling at the speed of light, either through time or through space. When the gravity waves hit us, it alters the space-time axis from moving slower through space to faster through time. Does that help?
Sorry, what?
Space is
Yeah.
bendable and time is meaningless.
Okay. Okay, that makes more sense.
Thank you for that concise and direct answer, Commander Shelby. Do we have any way to collapse this wormhole and an idea of what the effects of that might be?
And just yoink the guy? I mean, I'm pretty sure that we're not that the directives of Check's pocket manual, they aren't to take people at a time.
We already have the human on board. We are not responsible for any time variance that has happened to him. That has already happened.
During this discussion, the ship jolts, and another point of energy is gone. As I said, another point of threat.
Our first priority is going to
we
be...
should solve the problem first.
Our first priority is going to be rescuing the crew that is stranded in this wormhole and ensure that they are not harmed. That's our first priority.
I can get the
Find
med bay
out if
prepared
they
for
are
any
still
potential-
there.
Yeah, I can get the med bay prepared for any potential psychological damage or physical damage that they may have obtained.
So we need...
Is there a way that I can use my focuses in electroplasma power systems to help increase the power on the ship?
Yes. So what you can do is you can reroute emergency power from systems that are currently on that, and you tell me which ones you think would be most reasonable. And then I will let you gain a point of power, but it will also mean that the checks that use those systems will become more difficult and perhaps have an increased complication rate.
Is this a talent for you?
Yeah.
It's a focus, isn't it?
It's a focus.
I can exchange a focus for him from my long view ability or my talent. Due to their extremely long lifespans, Endosians come to understand and gain knowledge more extensively than most other individuals. When a character with this talent uses a milestone to exchange focus, they may do so too. Oh no, that's for me. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was exchanging your focus. My bad. I misread that.
So what you're saying is, for instance, I can take a power off, one off of a communication to give extra power to the ship. Well, we've already established that they're not responding to hails, so communication is kind of pointless right now. So let's take some power away from communication and put it, into the shields, because we need to protect the ship's integrity.
What do you guys think?
Yeah. In my not expert opinion, yes.
So taking the power from the comms makes total sense. Doesn't that... wasn't the point of this to give us more of a pool of power, though, rather than directing it to a specific system?
Yeah, we'll just give you an extra...
I just want, so we don't need communication. We're going to need structure. We're going to need computers to deal with the shield. Sensors, I mean, we've already done the jobs with the sensors, right? So we could probably
We might need the sensors if we want to beam anybody on board.
I think we'll still need the sensors because we don't know what we're dealing with fully, so we may need to learn more. But I concur about the communication.
Okay. All right. Well, then I advise we reduce powers from communication to increase the pool of power for the ship.
All right. So this is going to be either a daring engineering or a reason engineering.
I will do a reason and engineering roll.
Okay. And someone else. Can you go to engines and engineering on the ship?
I'd also like to spend a point of momentum to make it 3 die for me, if that's okay.
You have 6 points of momentum. You could spend
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to spend 3 of them and put it up to 4 then.
All right.
And the ship contributed 1.
Yes, it did.
Right. Here we go.
All right, so that is 2, 3, 4, 5. And also you put your focus on because you have the EPS systems.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should be 4 because the ship only does the 1, not 2 of them.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, 4. So let me double check the difficulty, and it was in fact 4. So you just flew under the wire on that one. You guys can put
the momentum.
Yeah, you guys can put that power back up to 2, and which is good because transporting will cost a point of power.
Yeah, that was my thoughts. We're going to need to transport at some point, and we can't deal with just 1. So.
All right. So do we have the capability to transport the crew off of the Atlantis?
So I'm going to tell Shelby what the answer to that is. So the answer is yes, but the but is that it will be very tricky and very dangerous because they're going to have to try to be scanning into that, and they're not going to be on transporter pads, which will increase the difficulty. And you are
Right.
also going to have to basically get them en masse. And I'm going to tell you, like, rules-wise, what that will mean is that there's a very high chance of you guys getting complications, which will mean you just lose members of the crew.
Okay, can I use my cybernetic enhancements to increase the power of the transport systems in any way and take a complication on my side?
Yes, if you want to, you can increase the complication there. It will decrease the difficulty, but it will also be increasing the complication range. So
Right, so what do I put complication range on mine for to do that then?
So, well, first, is the plan to mass transport them?
Just to explore,
I would suggest that yes, we get them off as soon as possible because we're draining power at a scary rate, so we don't have time to do it one by one. We need to find a way to get them over here as soon as possible.
I agree, but just to explore one other option is a tractor beam an option to pull the entire ship out.
You don't really have the range for that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we're unaware of the other ship's condition and structural integrity. I wouldn't suggest using a tractor beam. I would suggest trying to focus on getting them over here via transportation as soon as possible.
Well, one thing is you do have a fair few hours. If you could get them onto transporter pads, you could transfer them very safely, very quickly. But you would have to find a way to get them on transporter pads. That's the thing.
Can we?
My question
Sorry,
is,
go ahead.
can we get the, or would it be safe to teleport someone from our crew over there with pattern enhancers and get them onto transporter pads or pattern enhancers so we can get them out
Yes,
much
as long as you
more easily?
transport onto their.
Or would that be?
Yeah, as long as you transport to their transporter pad, the difficulty remains standard. And if you want to, you can spend momentum to bring along pattern enhancers. One
of my focuses is also transporters and replicators, so I am going to send myself over there to set up some transport enhancers so that we can get them over safely.
All right, so
Captain, may I make a recommendation? It might be a good idea to not send the engineer by himself. If we lose the engineer, it's going to be a very large problem for us to get out of here. So I recommend that we at least send a security officer.
Well, yeah.
So
another
Captain
thing,
Hawk-
they don't know what the Federation is.
Captain Hawk will respond by saying, he is not going by himself, I'm going with him. So we'll bring...
Okay.
I'm going to...
Yeah, sure, whatever. Let's just teleport the captain into a wormhole. Who gives a shit?
And because possibly hostile force.
The
He's
reason
the captain,
is...
he can decide stuff like that.
This is where the task where helping other people is going to happen, and the crew is the most important part of a ship. So the captain is going to personally oversee this extremely important task, leave the Commander Chanos in charge, and then I'm going to bring the engineer with me.
Is anyone else going, or is it just you two?
I still think you should take a security officer.
I concur.
Take one or two red shirts that can die.
Yeah,
Please.
Let's take Croc with us. But again, before we go, I want to make sure that I've used my enhancements to make sure our teleporters are functioning the best they can. So what do I need to do for that?
Basically, the fact that you have the extra power is sufficient, and also once you use your cybernetic enhancements, we'll be increasing the complication range to 2, but we'll also be reducing the difficulty by 1. So,
right, okay.
So is that all that's going over? Is Captain Hawk, Commander Shelby, and
Croc?
Was it Commander Croc? Was it Lieutenant Croc? What am I doing here?
Lieutenant Croc.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Don't want to take any medical personnel, or
it might. They were just in a battle.
I can prep here. It might be the best option.
Yeah,
Okay.
both of us prepping here would probably be better.
Starfleet, we all have standard medical kind of triage, first aid thing. So any immediate problems we can deal with, anything further, we can send them straight to sickbay.
And I'll say that we want to keep the size of this away team small because to minimize the risk.
Okay. What about Lanford,
Do
though?
I know about the moss problem?
Yes.
Has that been passed around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
That might be a side thing that I'm going to prep while they're just in case anything got contaminated between point A and point B.
Now you do have crew support. If you wanted to send a extra security officer, and someone else could take that as their character for this next scene.
Is it going to cost any extra energy to send more?
No.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe then.
I think it'd be good if you take your psychologist here, who should be decent at explaining the situation to everybody about.
And we should bring a red
Oh.
shirt security officer so we have kindling for the flames.
Yeah.
Oh,
Man,
I
we
was
need
just gonna.
someone.
I think an away team. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, in the med bay where we're gonna transport all these people, have all our security there just in case.
Okay, so if we're going to be sending a red shirt, that means it is time for another supporting character who is not going to be Lieutenant Dave. So
No, this is Lieutenant Bob.
well, let's
First name Dave.
let's see. Let's not do that because I'm going to get confused, and I don't want to be
We have
confused.
Bob and Dave and Bob.
Yeah, let's.
Well,
Well,
Dave,
Bob,
Dave.
Dave.
Lieutenant John Smith.
All right, so what is the name we're actually going with? Because if we do that, I will just get confused.
John
First
Smith.
name.
McLaren?
I was gonna say
Name
first name
Jeff.
Dig, last name Doug.
Well, I heard John Smith. Does anyone have any?
John Smith's fine.
Okay,
John
Yeah,
Smith work.
so
He's not actually a Time Lord, trust me, guys.
make sure this is visible to all players. So let's see.
His rank is just crewman. Either he's not even an officer.
Crewman, got it. Is he a human? I'm assuming.
Let's make him a Vulcan.
Well, we're gonna have to change that name then.
Yeah,
Wait, you could be
Okay.
a half human, half Vulcan.
yeah, but then
He's a
Well-
Vulcan that identifies as a human. Okay, he changed his name when he was in the academy.
Oh my god.
Um,
This feels like a bad conservative joke.
yeah. Let's just make him.
what are our
make it
other
easy.
species options?
Basically,
all of them in
all
the
of them?
list.
Yeah, the whole list.
Fine,
Alright, let's-
Acacian. Let's bring Acacian.
Okay.
Oh.
We can do
Okay.
Acacian.
What's Acacian?
They're cats.
They're cat people.
Oh, sweet.
Oh god. Oh
Is
god.
it the major occasion?
Yes, the major occasion. That's what I was going to say, man. We need to get the
I'm
major
gonna go
occasion
with
in
I'm
here.
gonna go with
Yeah,
crewman
point.
Mlader, which is M apostrophe
Crewman
L-A-R.
Mlader.
Okay, so we
Fair
have
enough.
let's see. I went on the wrong page.
I'm just going to be nervously looking at this cat
Okay.
the entire time. It's like
Okay, so
Sending a bird and a cat.
what's gonna be the
That's
two
racist.
birds.
And a cat.
which attribute is gonna be 10?
He's a security guy.
Yeah, security guys. So fitness.
Okay.
And
What's
then
going to be a
daring.
9? Is 9 is going to be a daring, and then there's another 9, which is control for attacks.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. And then there's 2 8s. Where should they be?
Presence and insight.
I agree.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Then for disciplines, I'm assuming that security is going to be a 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the 3 going to be?
Medicine.
Sure.
Okay. And there's 2 2s.
Maybe con and engineering, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
That works.
And we get 3 focuses. Like, I don't know.
One should be
Phasers.
phasers.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say.
Phase.
Yeah. Pew pew is his
All right.
focus.
What's another focus?
Hand-to-hand combat?
Focus
Yeah.
is in
Yeah,
super
hand-to-hand
soldiers.
Human shield.
Meat
not-
puppet.
He's not even a human. All right. And
Just meat
what's the
puppet.
last one that we're getting?
Willing to die for your commanding officer.
Maybe
That's a value, not a focus.
maybe stalking or like stealth because he's a cat.
Stealth. Okay.
Stalking,
Yes.
that sounds more like a charge than a
Stealth is
kill.
good.
Now, okay.
I was gonna say improvised weapons, but I don't know.
Well, we've got 3. So
yeah,
if
plus.
here's the thing, if crewman, what was it, Umlar can survive and is resummoned for another episode, we can add
Let's be fair.
focuses.
He's red shirt. He's going to die.
It's
he will die.
possible, yes, but it's not necessarily the case. Now, so we have oh, that is gigantic. Why is that so bad?
That's what she said.
Yeah. All right. So
God damn it.
He's a large
It's
cat.
on this entire time without that's what she said.
so hold on.
He's just big boned.
Who-
It's no big deal.
Who that is not already having their main character on this away team wants to use Crewman Mlar as their main character for this next scene?
That's a good question.
It looks like Lanford's not going. Tragan's not going.
If you guys make me do it, I'm gonna be pissed.
Is not
And
going.
Shinas
Hey,
is not
Chesh, do
going.
it. I vote Chesh.
All right, hold
You're
on.
being volunteered.
All in favor of making Chesh do it.
Yeah,
Aye.
All right, that's a majority. Chesh, you are now in control
You
of
are cat.
Crewman Mlar, the Cation security officer.
Wait, what if Umlar looks like Dr. Proton?
I mean, look,
Yeah,
you can
aw.
decide what Mlar looks like, and it can be Dr. Proton as a humanoid.
If it looks like Dr. Procon, we can't leave him to die.
Well,
I
then
don't
keep him
plan
alive.
on leaving someone to die. My character won't allow it.
Okay, so by the way, Chesh, do mark down somewhere that you used one of your values, because that is going to be important afterwards.
I will not
Okay.
either, but that is for reasons.
Okay, so, this is the away team, so would you like to teleport? Well, would you like to get the teleporting ready with a...
I can't see this guy's character sheet.
I will double check to make sure that I have that all set up the way it's supposed to.
I see Lieutenant Bob Dave.
I didn't.
I do too. I don't see him either.
Bob, Dave.
Give me a second.
It's all good.
You should be able to now.
I see.
There he is.
Okay.
Got him.
Okay, so...
Bob Dave's late for a shift. Someone needs to check on him.
Craig, this is going to be a... Let's see. Do a daring engineering task to get you over there. Because you are using your cybernetic enhancements, it's going to be difficulty 3. Complication range is also going to be 2. And the ship can assist with...
Hold on, I'm the cat person now. Give me a second. I got like my little hat.
Oh, right. I forgot.
How many momentum do we have?
As wares if you have.
How many... what's the question?
How many momentum have we got?
3 total right now.
Right, I'm going to use one to put up to 3 die for me.
If you want to, you could also possibly use a point of determination. I don't know.
What does that mean again?
So, if you use a value, like
Right.
maybe
My cybernetics are a curse.
right. So this would actually possibly be challenging that because you're using them to help out, which you can still do.
Right.
You will be able
Yeah.
to also have one free die that is just rolled a 1.
Okay,
Okay. So
so
that means
I
your
just do a 1 and then a 3.
Yeah, so your second die would end up costing 2, but that's fine. You
Well-
still have 3 left. So now you have 3 dice to roll. You have 1 die that's already rolled a 2. You have transporters and replicators, so you have your focus on.
Yeah.
The complication range should be 2, and the difficulty is now 3. So you have 3 dice to roll. You've already got 2 successes, and the ship can assist with
we go.
computers engineering.
Computers engineering, aye.
All right.
There
So that's 1, 2, 3. That is just enough. You guys all successfully teleport over, and I will shift the main focus of the group to correct C.
So is there now any issues for me for a bit because I've used my cybernetic enhancements, or is it just the fact that there was an extra complication?
So right now, I am not seeing you as actually having rolled a complication. So you might have a headache, but you didn't take stress or...
Okay, I'll just
There's no-
role play it, so I'm a little bit dazed. That's fine.
Yeah. So you are now on a... you are now on the
Yeah.
transporter pad.
Meh.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I
I,
don't,
wow.
I don't
As-
have any ears.
As we teleport,
If I don't get
over,
extra points for like on the fly cosplay,
I am
I'm gonna
now
be
declaring
pissed.
that Crewman Mlar is in fact a female Cation in one of those mini dresses that Star Trek was using back in
Yes.
the TOS era. So
Yeah.
there you go.
A real fan service
as-
episode.
As
Yeah,
we
we-
teleport in, I feel slightly dizzy from using my cybernetic enhancement and fall into the arms of Arcation.
All right, guys. It has
Oh,
been
that
about
was
2 hours. You guys want to take a
Yeah.
quick grab a fresh drink break or anything?
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
could
grab
do
a
with
soda.
using the
Yeah, I
potions.
need
I'll be
to-
back in.
So what we're gonna do
Okay,
is before
grab
we really get into this, your momentum is back down to 0, but that's okay. So we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna be back in 5 minutes or less. And yeah, we're gonna have an opportunity to grab fresh drinks, do any kind of biology stuff that's necessary, and we will be right back.
Stupid biological bodies.
All right, we are back. Unfortunately, Lieutenant Ross was a little late in coming back, but that's okay because the rest of us are here. He knew we had 5 minutes. Okay, so you guys are now on the Atlantis. I know some of the visuals look like it's just the same as your ship's interior, but not all of them will be. Look, I don't have perfect mapping tools here, so...
I mean, some standard design.
Yeah. So you are on a transporter pad. There is the next zone over, you can see that there is a transporter control, and the ship is weirdly quiet because for the most part, most of the systems are down. So the hum is very low pitched and quieter than you're used to, because basically all that's on is like life support and engines just to keep for station keeping, and of course to maintain the polarized hull, which I'm sure everyone remembers from their historical training. That polarized hull is what Starfleet ships, nice, were using in lieu of shields at this time, because shields had only been kind of invented.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, would of the systems that are down, I assume communications would be one of the systems that isn't working?
Yes, they have probably depowered the comms network.
All right. From our knowledge of these ships, would we know how to get to the bridge from here?
Not necessarily, but the turbolift would.
All right. Let's make our way to a turbolift and try to get ourselves to the bridge.
Okay, so I'm going to put you guys here.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, I think I should stay behind and set up the pattern enhancers for the teleporters.
Okay, that's fair.
I agree,
that's
but
fine.
we're not going to leave you alone. We're going to leave the red shirt. Well, we should leave one of the security people with him.
Which one?
I think the new red shirt should stay.
Okay.
The cat lady?
Yeah, cat lady red shirt.
All right.
Right.
Put your
All right.
the three who are leaving. Put yourselves in some kind of order.
I'm going first, no matter where we go.
I'll go in back, I guess.
Yeah, I'll be in the middle as the most important person here.
Obviously.
I mean, it's my job to keep you safe, so
Yes.
me go first.
Are we heading
Yeah, it's my
up or
job.
down on this?
I guess.
So
Yeah, where are we going?
the north is the only direction to go, but when you turn the corner, you see two people in red striped blue Enterprise era uniforms, and they're shouting as one other person in the same style uniform is being dragged off to the right.
Whoa.
What are you going to do? There's yelling
tell-
and screaming.
Can we tell what they're being dragged off by?
Other people in the same uniform, but these guys have yellow piping or whatever.
I am going to identify myself as Captain Hawk of the USS Lexington and order them to stand down.
Okay, the two who were in the red piped uniforms look back, very confused, as the other two continue to drag this person back. And then they go up forward, and what we're going to do now is we are going to switch into a turn-based period, but that does not necessarily mean you have to start shooting. It just means we're going to start acting in a turn order. So
No, we rolled initiative, so by God, we're shooting.
well, first, we
The only
don't
true option.
we don't roll initiative, and you guys get to go first because you are the players. Crewman Mlar and Lieutenant Commander Shelby have both heard the commotion. There's no question that something's going down. That's debris right ahead of Captain Hawk and the rest. So if you want to move through there, it will in fact be a task. If you want to go through that in any more than just like... It'll be a task with some complications if you want to like run through it.
Should probably tell them something along the lines of, like, we come as backup.
Well, so considering that I gave an order and the two people continue to drag the guy away,
It was a woman.
I think that... What?
It was a woman. Who was being dragged
Okay,
away.
sorry. Drag the crew person away. I think we should go and physically intervene and lock this situation down. So perhaps our intrepid security officer should go handle the situation.
I'm just waiting for the order.
So security, you can go first. You can
All
fly over that debris if you need to.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask. Can I fly over it?
Yeah, so if you want, you can make this a sprint action in order to get over the debris into the next zone or two.
So in here, up here, is where I'll be?
It depends on how well you do. If you roll well enough, you could go more zones than that.
Oh, okay. I have to.
DM, I can't see it.
Oh, right, I forgot to give your token sight. My bad.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would help for me as well.
It's the blind cat.
We're just in the void. It's fine.
I'm in the wrong.
It's where flat earthers like to scream.
The lights go out in the transporter room.
So
And
what
then
do
all
I
we
need
hear
to
is-
roll?
So give me 1 second. I just have to make sure I add vision to these two. Shelby, you
Okay,
should
so we
have
can
vision.
see.
1000.
Oh, this
Are you sure you can't see? Try zooming all the way out.
I can
Craig.
see it now.
Yeah, I just can't see around the corners, obviously, because.
Oh yeah, well that's line of sight. Yeah.
Yeah.
So sprint is a fitness and security task.
Okay. Fitness, security.
And depending on
I'll just.
how well you roll, that's how many extra zones past the first one you can go.
Okay. Well, since I only want to get to maximum those people, I will just roll regular for now.
I don't think we have any momentum anyway.
Okay, so you could get all the way to the zone with the two people who were in the red piping.
Okay. And is that everything I can do for now?
You can also take a minor minor action that is not a movement. So you could draw a weapon if you wanted to.
Can I just tell them, drop your weapons?
Yeah, you can tell them that.
Sure. Done.
Okay. So that is now their turn. So the guys dragging this crew member away, get back up to a ladder, and then they decide to shoot at Croc. And I'm going to spend
Sure.
a point of momentum for one of them to give them an extra die.
Yeah, but they're only shooting lasers, right?
Well, they're
not
shooting
phasers yet.
phase pistols.
Phase pistols, yeah.
Yeah, which
Shooting an
are
actual gun.
not
It's a bullet.
safe. They're not safe. They're not as good as regular old phasers. So the first one misses you, and then the second one, I'm going to spend 3 points of momentum. Sorry, threat to get a fourth die. They are. Look, I've got a bunch of momentum or threat, whatever it is.
Gotta use
Alright.
it. Gotta use it sometime.
So let's see. That is in
I'm
fact
ready to get hit.
a phase pistol hit, and that is.
Craig, I'm gonna stack them on the door.
Yeah, I think I would order you to go and check out what's going on with the commotion.
Sure.
All right, so that is going to be 3 points of stress damage as that phase pistol grazes against your wing very unpleasantly.
When was the last time you ordered a cat around?
Cats are notoriously bad at taking orders. I'm just going to point that out there.
Yeah, I tried to order my cat around and it just looks at me and goes.
Oh, and I just realized I would have had to spend 2 momentum to keep, or 2
Excuse
threat to
you.
keep that momentum there. So I'm down to 1 threat. But now it is time for anyone else who wants to go to go.
I think I am going to order my security officer to stun his attackers.
Okay, that allows you to take a second task this turn. So you can't take any more tasks unless you have very special talents or whatever. But you may take another control, or you may take a control security difficulty 2 check to attack them with phasers.
Okay. So it was security. What was the other one?
Control.
Control. Okay. My worst stat. Okay. Here we go.
That is a failure.
Yup.
In fact, is that a complication?
Crit.
It's a 20. Yeah, that's a complication.
Uh-oh. So now the power in the entire area flickers, and any additional attacks with range are going to be at an increased 1 difficulty.
Okay.
Oh.
Note to self, learning about the crew. Lieutenant Croc is not a good shot.
Okay.
That's why I want to be right next to them.
One of the
Croc shot.
one of the crewmen that's in the same zone as Croc says, "Who the hell are you?"
Can I respond?
Yeah, you got a little bit of time.
Okay. I'll say, Lieutenant Croc of the Federation, I guess.
The USS Lexington is a ship.
Yes,
Alright.
yes, the ship.
Well, they also fire down the corridor, but not well enough to actually hit anyone. All right, so whose turn is it next? So the captain already went. One of them just went. Croc went. So Ross,
I guess
Mlar,
I'll,
and Shelby.
go and try to.
I think
get
Russ
some
should go
cover
next.
because I am
Okay.
not
He's in that
combat
area.
oriented.
Okay, so what's your plan?
I'm going to
Run away.
or get a bit of cover
Okay, that's fair.
and maybe take some pot shots on occasion.
The debris, it will allow you to have cover behind it. It's actually pretty good cover.
Yeah, but the people that
this
we're shooting at, you don't have line of sight to them,
That's
right?
also
'Cause they went
true.
through that door.
Well, they turned a corner.
Okay.
Well, I can see that there are people over here. I don't know if you guys can.
They can't see them, but they can tell that you were shooting down that corridor.
Yeah. I'm using the powers of deduction.
All right, so is that your turn?
Yeah, I think I'll use this turn just to take cover for now.
Another one of them decides to shoot down the corridor at the other crew members. And that is almost enough, but not quite. So they don't hit anybody. So now, Mlar and Shelby, you can both go because there's no more turns for the other side.
Right. Well, I've already ordered Cat Lady to go and check out what's going on, so she should go next.
That's to the south, right? The doorway to the south?
Yep.
So I want to stack up on the door. And what am I looking at? Where do they go?
Well, if you want to go through that zone
Yeah, I
too,
know.
you're going to have to take a daring security check.
Oh, through the door is through another area.
Zone. Yeah. Those blue lines are
Okay,
are
got it.
demarcating the zones.
Okay, yeah, I will take a daring to go and peek my head out through the doorway.
But you have to actually roll it.
Yes. Sorry, it's a daring security?
Security.
Yes.
Okay, and it's a 2, and I don't have a... I mean, I have stealth.
Sorry, it's
Does
fitness
that
security. It's
count?
fitness security. I'm sorry. And no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
And it's fitness security. My apologies there. All right, so you can go one more zone if you want to.
So I can go to here now?
Mhm.
Or I can go to another one?
Well, you can get to there, and you can also be in any spot within that zone.
Alright. I'm going over here.
Okay.
I want to check it out.
And Shelby, what are you up to?
I want to use one of my the focuses on transport and replicators to make sure I've got the transporter enhancers all set up properly. That's
Okay.
what I'm focusing on.
So that is going to be because there is a combat going, that is going to be control engineering.
Control engineering. Just 2 of them.
The only difficulty 1, though.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, and Borg Emporia says, this stream is awesome. Well, thank you very much, Borg Emporia. I'm glad that you guys are liking it. All right, so
Thank you, guys.
that is success. You have managed to get this going. So the so the pattern enhancers are there, so that'll basically make it much easier to transport anyone from this transporter pad.
Okay.
Okay, so it is now back to a new turn. You guys can go first because by default players go first. Who is going to go?
I think Croc should go and go tackle them.
Alright, so...
That's not an
Croc's
order
gonna
from
die.
me. Yeah.
That's a suggestion from Jordan, not an order from the
Yeah.
captain.
Take your lunch money.
Correct.
Get the lunch
The
money.
captain's just like, go kill yourself, dude.
You should.
Well, if the goal is to get those people, that's what I'm gonna try. So I'm gonna try to get over here.
Okay, well that's not a task. That's the next zone over, so you're good. You can do it.
Alright. I'm just gonna try to, fly behind them if I can, and, grab onto them and prevent them from moving.
Okay, that is going to be a daring security.
Alright. Daring security, what I'm good at. 2.
Or bad at, depends how you look at it.
You have succeeded. You may grapple. You may alternately just deal damage with your unarmed attack.
No, I'd rather just grab this person and prevent them from moving.
Okay. So the next guy is going to grab the woman that they were dragging away, and he is going to try to get her up this ladder. And that is a success. And he gets up the ladder and hits a button, and the hatch between the decks seals.
Damn it.
Yeah. Perhaps I should have grabbed the
We
lady.
should have brought the doctor.
Well, that too.
I'm actually pretty good at negotiating
All right.
conflicts.
So whose turn is it now?
Got a runner.
I'll go and I'll try to sprint up there. You said it's fitness and security?
That's fitness and security, but the if you want to sprint past the debris, the complication range is going to be 2.
Complication 2.
Okay, so you can sweep past, but also that is a complication, and you suffer a twisted ankle, and now any kind of movement actions are going to be at difficulty is going to be increased, and you're going to be hobbled for at least the next scene while you have a twisted ankle.
Perfect.
But you can get past the debris.
Sound effect.
I am going to run and do the young guy jump over it move, but because I'm old and worn out, I kind of flop over it. I'm too old for this shit.
You okay there, Cap?
Okay, so that is a task, so you can't have another task this turn, but you can have a minor action if you want to. It could be drawing a weapon, dropping prone, there's a bunch of things you could do.
I will just speak to the 2 crew members here and ask them what the hell is going on.
They say, let me make sure I have it right. Let's see. Commander Phillips is being abducted.
Abducted by whom?
Command staff. And that's as much time as we're going to get, because now it is time for the grappled guy to try to fight back against Commander Croc.
Oh.
Or Lieutenant Croc, sorry. Lieutenant.
Get him, Birdman.
Alright, so Lieutenant Croc, you can roll a daring and security roll, and you are probably going to succeed. You did succeed. Would you like to deal unarmed damage against this guy? Because apparently he sucks.
Sure.
Alright.
If he's gonna try to
Acting
escape.
judo chop.
Yeah,
Yeah, I do have judo as my martial art, so
Alright, well roll your unarmed challenge dice. So just scroll down to your attack, your weapons, and click the little symbol for damage.
okay. This
Yep. Okay, so you dealt, let's see, 2, 3, 4 damage and knocked him prone. So
alright.
you did one of those.
Is he
great...
unconscious or
No, he's not unconscious. But you did one of these, and now he's on the floor
Stab
because
him.
of the double
Stab
fisting. All right. So, that was the captain's turn. So who's going to go next? Well, actually, no, it's their turn. So
They just went. Weren't they attacking? Isn't that what
Oh
happened?
yeah, that was him attack. I'm just being stupid. I'm sorry. So yeah, who's going next?
he tried to escape?
I'll
Probably
go, and I'm gonna just go and join my security crewman at the door, at the entrance to the door there.
Okay, so do you want to take a sprint action?
How do I do that?
Fitness and security.
Fitness, where there? Fitness and security.
All right, so you can get right next to her if you want to.
Okay, there we go. So basically, I'm there just awaiting orders at this point.
Okay. So now the other 2 guys, they're very confused. I'm like, wait, hold on. Who are you? To Captain Hawk. You can respond quickly if you want to.
Captain Hawk, USS Lexington, we're here to rescue you.
Bit short for a stormtrooper, aren't you? All right.
Hopefully a better shot.
Yeah. Well, all right. So it's
I am
going to
not,
be.
in fact.
It's going to be the player's turn again.
You know what? If I turned up and Leia said that to me, I'd be like, "Look, you little stuck up. You stay here. I'm going." If I'm too short for a stormtrooper.
Fine, you can all die because of what this one little motherfucker said to me.
Since I already took a thing, it's not a command action, but I will shout for crewman Millar to get up here and help.
Okay. So do you want Millar? Do you want to go next?
Yeah.
All right. What do you want to do?
Cat-like agility.
Yeah. I'm zooming.
All right.
Got the
Fitness
zoomies.
security. All right. So that's 2.
Got
So
the zoomies.
you can get all the way next to the captain if you want to.
Before
What
she
debris?
moves, she
I
takes
didn't
out
see any debris. Yeah.
before they move, they take out like a whole tub of catnip and just inhale it.
That's her combat drugs. It's just like
Just like,
Yeah.
Wait, when you get next to the captain, you just rub up against him slightly.
I'm gonna say
We just tell them there's a
Yeah.
cardboard box. There's a cardboard box by them. Go get it.
supporting characters might be my favorite mechanic in this game because lets us have all sorts of extra characters to just have fun with. It's so much more.
Yeah.
It's so great. All right.
It doesn't matter if they die.
Well, there's that too. Yeah, they can just die.
rude. Look, I got a whole outfit. You can't just kill me
Fine.
off.
Well, that's the thing, though. I can if I spend enough threat on it. But I only have one threat left, so it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. All right.
All right, I catch up.
Shelby, you can just go now. Everyone else is gone. So except Ross, actually. So you and Ross can both just do whatever. I don't care.
May I?
Well, I'm gonna
May I,
go up
run
and
over
join
to-
everyone else, really. So.
Okay. And Ross, what are you doing?
I was gonna run over to the captain.
All right. So do you want to actually take the sprint action, or you just want to like hop into the next zone and be next to him?
Just hop into the next zone.
All right. Yeah. So just.
After
So
watching
Shelby,
me
that'll
just
be a
eat
security
shit
fitness
over the-
roll if you want to do
Running
that.
like I'm Tom Cruise.
And also because you're trying to go across the 3, it's going to be complication range 2. So you need to roll fitness security on that with complication range 2.
Fitness, security, complication.
I'm just gonna say a side thing real quick.
So-
I didn't say
No,
that I
you only
took
get to
the
here.
bow and I didn't take the bow and arrow off of me, so I still have that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, why not? You have a bow. You have some bow and some arrows. Sure.
As if the crew of this ship was not confused enough.
Right.
That was a really bad roll.
All right. So
You know how to use it?
yeah. So Ross, you can get
No, not really.
2 more zones away if you want to.
I don't know how to use phasers. I don't know how to use a bow either.
I get right next to them.
Okay. All right. So the our buddy here is going to try again to push Brock off with a melee attack, which has 1 success. Croc, roll a daring security roll.
Okay. I got a 1.
Okay, so unfortunately for you, that means that because it is his turn, he actually has the attack, so he gets to roll his damage against you. So he
Stupid
manages to
bird!
stand up and tries to punch at you with another double-handed punch, and you take, let's see, oh my goodness, 2, 3, 4, you take an injury and you go down.
Oof.
You have been knocked unconscious by this guy,
Okay.
and 5 stress, so...
Worf, you ain't.
Well, I mean, Worf
No, that
loses...
sounds pretty Worf.
Yeah, Worf loses a lot of
true.
fights.
Worf effect.
Worf loses a
I'll
lot of
say.
fights.
Having never really watched Star Trek growing up, I started watching it a while back, and I remembered Worf as being like this like badass character everyone loved, and then I watched it, I'm like, dude, he gets his ass handed to him like
So here's the thing.
constantly.
Yeah,
It
and,
is
and
literally-
why does no one ever point out that he is literally
that
the
an alien
worst
is
father?
dangerous. They
I
beat
point
up
that out
Worf, yeah.
all the time. But also, to be fair, Alexander's like the worst son.
Well, yeah, but he's not just the worst father. He's he's like the worst father in the entire Federation, and no one points it out to him. They just let him carry on with all these responsibilities. And then Data's like, "Can you look after my cat?"
Okay,
But
to be
like,
fair,
wait, did you see what-
Luoxana Troy pointed it out. She was like, "You are being terrible to this kid. Let
Yeah,
him be
that is-
himself."
Side note, the
right.
warp situation is such like a consistent thing that it's a trope on like the trope.tv.
Oh,
It's
nice.
called the warp effect, where you take a character that is presented as strong and then have them lose a fight to make it show off how strong the enemy
Right.
is that you have to
Yeah.
overcome. This happens often in media. So like Piccolo goes through it in Dragon Ball. Worf is a really good example. Renji, if you ever watch Bleach
right,
or
but
anything like that.
whose
like,
turn is it?
The thing is, if it happens once, it's not bad,
Teal-
but it happens to
Teal'c
Worf
a
all the
lot,
time.
yes.
Okay,
The captain
okay.
Yeah.
is
Captain
going
is-
to
Warhammer,
hobble his middle-aged ass over to his unconscious crewmate, which I believe will be a sprint action that's harder now.
Yeah, that's gonna. So basically, the first success you get doesn't really do anything.
Complication range back to 1 though.
Yeah.
Alright.
strategies. He's got the
Alright,
bubble
you can
now.
move
So I
one.
attempt.
Wait, was that another complication? It is another complication. Oh no!
Did I break my ankle?
No, I'm just going to increase my threat.
You got no leg. It's just
Have a
gone off
medic
straight.
look at it
Completely
first.
gone.
I'm just increasing the threat count.
Okay.
So let's see. So one of the other two guys is going to fire at the guy who knocked Croc down. And yeah, they fail anyway because it's dark. So whose turn is it now?
Cat lady, I think.
Well, I mean, it's up to you guys.
Yeah, crewman Millar should get in there.
Meow.
Oh, and fight this guy?
Or shoot him, I don't care. Do something to subdue
Yeah,
him.
and I'm just gonna stand there point blank and just hit him with a stun gun.
So if you want to shoot him,
No,
all you have to do is go up one zone, and then you can just take a difficulty 3 daring security check. Sorry, control
Or
security.
just drop your phaser and like get out your claws, Wolverine style.
But no, she would have to take. She can't do that in one turn because she would have to take the task to sprint there, and then attacking would be another task. So
but next turn you can go there for free, so you may as well shoot now.
Well, yeah, you can go up one. Nope, back to the right. Up. There you go.
There's a guy there.
Yeah, but it's amorphous.
All right, pew pew, bitch.
Right, so that is a difficulty 3 control and security check. You not have any momentum. You could pay for extra dice with threat. I don't know.
No, that's fine.
Also,
I'll
do
just
remember,
shoot
you
him.
have a specialization with phasers, so you get to put specialization, yes.
Yeah. Pew!
Unfortunately, that normally would be good enough, but it's not this time. The lights are out. Because someone rolled a
God damn it, who
complication.
turned the lights off? I've got cat vision. That
All right.
shouldn't matter.
It matters. All right. So the other one of the crew that's the Atlantis
I've been
crew.
rolling like a god.
Well, they missed 2. So whose turn is it? We've still got I think Ross and Shelby haven't gone.
Yeah, I guess
Shot him in the knee.
I guess I'll head up to the next zone. Yeah.
Okay. Is that it?
With that. You know what? Yeah, I could probably fire.
Do a
on-
medicine check on the captain?
Actually, yeah. You know what? Yeah, it's probably important. What would
Literally why you're
All right,
here.
do a control medicine check, and that'll be to scan to see how he's doing.
I'm gonna demote my intern.
Could just look at the fact that one of his legs is not attached to his body. That.
All right. So first of all, that's an extra point of momentum. Second, here's what you learn. He is. I mean, look, he's rolled his ankle, but he's gonna be able to walk it off in a little bit. It's not gonna be that big of a deal.
What's
He'll
the
be fine.
psychological damage on that?
I mean, he's embarrassed.
Ego.
Yeah. Shelby, what are you up to?
Right. Well, I need to move up to where they are.
That would be a sprint again because you're 2 zones away.
Yeah.
Well, can I be in the zone next to them and shoot?
No, you're not gonna be able to see them from the next zone, but getting there is automatic if you want to.
Well, I want to go up to where the captain and cat lady is. So, sprint. What do I need to do to that?
That is going to be fitness security.
Fitness, security.
All right, yeah, you can get there.
Okay, and do I do anything else, or is that it?
No, that's it.
Okay, cool. Well,
All
I'm there.
right, so this guy is going to try to shoot a phaser pistol at Mlar. Oh, that was so close. But no, I rolled a 1. It could have worked. It didn't. All right. So it's your guys' turn now.
Dark in here, bitch.
All right. I am going to move into the next zone, which is free, right?
Yep.
And I am going to punch this guy. I
All
have
right.
the boxing, aka fisticuffs, focus.
All right, you can put fitness as a yes.
And this is fitness security, is that?
No, this is going to be daring security.
Excellent, I'm way better at daring. All right.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Daring security, and what's the difficulty?
1.
Or is it opposed, right?
It's opposed, but the difficulty is 1. If you don't at least get 1, you can't succeed no matter what. But you did, and he did not succeed. So roll your unarmed damage.
All right, unarmed damage.
All right, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. This guy is knocked unconscious. He is out.
So he's like shooting, and I limp over to him and just.
Yes, basically.
You know.
One
Sucker
punch
punch,
and he is down. However, we're out of the combat where we're taking turns, but Croc is also unconscious after having taken quite the punch. So someone might want to go over there. Ross.
Ross, medkit, stat.
So, Ross, you there? You're muted. I hope you didn't step away.
No, I did not.
Oh, okay.
I am a professional. Trust enough.
course.
This is my first stream, so.
Are we not in turn order now because combat's done?
Yeah, there's no one else who's fighting you. If you want, you can take a control medicine check, difficulty 1, to basically make sure that Croc's going to be okay. Yeah, okay, he's fine. Do you want to do the same for the crewman that the captain just punched out?
Let's see if you were too rough on that guy.
All right, so they're both fine. So now you can talk to the other 2 crewmen who are here. That one is still unconscious, but like he's gonna be okay.
All right. What are your names, crewman?
I'm Ensign Ricky, and this is Lieutenant Junior Grade Marsh. I'm just making up names right now. Ricky and Marsh.
I'll turn
It's
to
Rick
Marsh.
and Morty?
I didn't say
No!
that.
All right, Lieutenant. Explain to me why your command staff is abducting crew members.
Look, we've been in this damn wormhole for 2 years.
Oh, that'll do it.
The crew has fractured. Captain Suarez died under suspicious circumstances, and okay, so they go on with this whole explanation, and I'm going to read you a story of the Atlantis and her crew. The battle-hardened crew of the NX class Atlantis, under the command of Captain Reinhard Suarez, had already seen their fair share of sorrows in the Earth-Romulan War. They had all lost friends and family to this violent conflict and found themselves hating their faceless enemy. 2 years ago, while coming to the aid of the Earth Colony 3, the Atlantis drove off 2 birds of prey. They destroyed one of the vessels and chased the other 2 into an asteroid field before shooting her down in an uncharted star system. This one. Shortly after sending a shuttle pod down to the surface, however, an anomalous wormhole suddenly appeared. It generated an enormous amount of fluctuating gravity. Fighting against this strange gravity sapped the Atlantis of her power and trapped the starship. When the crew detected an alien lifeboat also caught by the wormhole, they brought it into the launch bay. An armed security detail opened the lifeboat, and a creature lunged out and instantly absorbed one of the crewmen. It happened so fast that no one could even describe what the alien looked like before it took the shape of their shipmate. Horrified, they opened fire and the alien fled into the bowels of the ship. The hunt began. Suspicion and rumors spread like wildfire through the crew. Was this a Romulan? No one had ever seen one before.
Are we on alien isolation all of a sudden?
Maybe.
God.
Oh no!
Was the enemy now among them
It's
something?
the Norwegian science team.
Was the enemy now among them, or something more insidious? Trapped aboard the Atlantis with systems failing and unable to trust one another, the crew's paranoia festered and violence broke out. Trying to calm a fight between First Officer Caitlin Mallory and Chief Engineer Darlene Phillips, and the crew members that followed each of them, Captain Suarez was killed. Many blamed Mallory, believing that she saw an opportunity to take command by killing the captain. Following the captain's death, Mallory's first official act was to launch an inquisition that only further drove the crew into opposing factions. And now, the command staff has abducted Commander Phillips,
Okay.
the chief engineer.
Oh, that's.
I'll say, after listening to this, I'll say, all right, I am officially taking command of this vessel.
Who are you? They both
I am
turn
Captain-
with their phaser pistols. Or phase pistols,
I am Captain Hawk of the USS Lexington, Lieutenant.
Never
and as
heard
the ranking
of it.
off. Are you aware of every ship in space? Do you want to get off this ship, or would you like us to leave?
You're not wearing a Starfleet uniform, so...
All right.
Captain,
You've been-
may I step in here for a second?
You, crewman Malar?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna grab one of these
What are
guys.
you doing?
I'm just gonna grab one of these guys by the scruff of their neck. I'm like, Do you want to fucking die?
Daring security.
Is not the approach I would
What's my difficulty?
1. But it's also an
One.
opposed task, so it might actually
Do
be
I get
higher.
do I get a focus for my hand-to-hand?
Are you trying to attack him, or are you just trying to, like...
And you're
I'm
intimidating him.
intimidating him and
And
kind
no.
of grappling him at the same time?
No, sorry.
Alright.
Whilst she's got that one gripped
You only
by the
rolled one
neck,
die.
I look at the other one and
You
say,
need one more die.
Okay.
she is Starfleet, but we can't control her.
Okay, so not only do you fail to actually do this, while lunging for him, you trip and fall flat on your face.
All right. I have
Do you want to die?
I have a focus on persuasion.
Okay,
Do you want to die? Trip.
all right,
And so I am going to order Millar to stand down, and I am going to explain you've been trapped in this wormhole for some time. You aren't aware of what's going on outside of this wormhole.
give me
And
a
so-
command presence check.
All right, command presence. I'm very good at that.
Yeah. I like
you
to
have
think
your
that I made a
focus.
squeaky noise when I
And
hit the ground.
focus for the persuasion.
All right.
1.
All right, look, we weren't expecting anyone to show up at all, so this is really weird for us.
Okay,
But clearly-
We're not Romulans.
How do we know? You might be a Romulan. I don't know what a Romulan looks like.
Romulans are about this tall with pointy ears.
That might be true.
I'm a cat.
so I
And?
look at Ensign Ricky and I ask Ensign Ricky, what stardate do you think it is?
And he gives basically the same. Well, he gives a date that is 2 years earlier than the one that Kearney gave you back on in sickbay.
Show me old Kearney. Maybe that'll convince him.
So
Right?
I said I then tell him what today's current stardate is, in hopes of calming down the situation and getting him to talk.
Wait, that's
as
like
one of my focuses is negotiations.
all right. So take a insight command check.
Insight. I don't. Insight. Command.
And you get your focus.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're both around and like, that's. We've only been here for 2 years. That you're telling me it's a century later?
Yes, you are inside of a wormhole where there is gravitational anomalies. Gravity stretches time as well as space. You may have been in here for 10 years, but outside, over a century has passed.
Okay, but what about density and buoyancy?
Get out.
Just shoots him in the head. Just shoots him in the head.
Yeah, right, we get it. Like, get everyone take aim.
We're leaving.
How does this impact dropity?
No, you can't do this to me on session 1.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, so I explained to them that they
That was
because of the variations in time due to gravity, they have actually, it's been nearly 115 years since they were lost in this wormhole.
Well, that's alarming. Okay.
How many crew are on this ship?
Just last time we managed to get a rough head count, there were about 50 people left. We started.
And they're
with
split into two factions?
3. The science and medical staff have their own faction, but they are mostly keeping to themselves, and they're trading and negotiating with both sides.
Do you have ways of communicating with the with the two other factions?
Yes, the ship's comm system is still largely operational, and we have neutral ground in the computer core where we've decided to.
I suggest that you call the representatives to the computer core so that we can explain the situation. Captain, is that okay with you?
Yes, can we, is 50 people within our capacity to transport?
We wouldn't be able to do them all at once, but with the pattern enhancers, we should be able to get it done within 10 minutes.
Excellent. Commander Shelby, you stand by to operate the transporters, and Lieutenant Marsh, get us in contact with the neutral party.
Aye,
What
sir.
about the shape-shifting alien?
Oh, yes. That's a great
That's
point.
what we're going to go and talk about, you know? That's the
Yeah,
kind of
we
point
are
we're
going to
getting
talk about
together.
them. But is Ross the most sciencey person on this away mission?
Yeah, I believe
Probably,
so.
yeah.
Can I communicate back to the ship?
You can try.
You did kind of take comms down. You could send somebody
you're right.
back easy.
Oh,
yeah,
you have
I was just saying, okay.
You have your own flippy communicator thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and while we're doing this, Ross, I need you to determine the best way to detect who the shape-shifting alien actually is with your tricorder or whatever.
Okay, so
Shouldn't have done the intern.
let's start out with you want to communicate back to the ship. So, Captain, call back to the ship.
I'm going to call back to the ship. I'm going to explain the situation. I'm going to talk specifically to the doctor. I'm going to explain the situation, how many people we have. They should expect about 50 people. And I'm going to quickly explain that there's a shape-shifting alien on board and see if the doctor can direct her intern on the best way to detect this alien.
All right, I'm going to do that thing that Beverly Crusher does, where she's walking through a group of med bay that's organizing everything for everybody, and I'm going to say that
You're fluffing pillow.
set up. As he's talking. I'm going to say we need to set. I'm going to stop one of them and say we need to set up an additional quarantine area for anybody that might have any kind of anomalous situation on top of the quarantine that we already have, so that way if we get any anomalies within the biology that might be triggered, I am going to also contact our other two. We've got our lieutenant as well. I'm going to talk to both of them and say we're going to have to figure out a way to get a read on some kind of foreign biology that does not match the crew members. I'm going to call back to the captain and say, if you can get me the information about which species are on the ship currently of who we're beaming over, we can look for anything that looks like an anomaly that may or may not be able to be caught by the transporter's biology scanners.
We'll do that.
I'll point out that you should know as the medical person that this time all of them would have been human.
Also, Lieutenant J.G. Marsh says, look, we haven't been able to use any of our scanners to detect who the alien is. Everyone comes back as reading human. But I do know that Chief Science Officer Takahashi has been working on a way to detect alien, but he's over with the science people, so I...
Alright, so I'm going to direct the science people on my ship to work the problem, and we'll get them more information when we can.
I also have xenobiology as a focus.
Well, the doctor does.
So yes. So I'm wondering if there's a way for me to work that in.
Maybe if we get back to a point where you can make tasks that are more than difficulty 0, but currently you're not there.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Then I will direct the intern over there to be very aware of the time period of the people that you're speaking to, because that will help you determine in any kind of interview about any of these people, like get a roster of the number of people, cross examine it with the number of, like, the names of the crew members that are supposed to be there, and make sure that you can get as much information as possible, because you're going to have to do a 1-2 check on everybody who comes through.
Okay.
I would also like the opportunity to set up a security team to keep an eye on the people we beam over. I don't want any of them to be alone with any of the medical stuff.
So you can set a security team over to
it's the buddy system.
The transporter pad as well as the sick bay, but that will cost 1 crew support, which it's fine. You've got like 5 and you've only used 2 so far.
Yeah, we have to use it for something, and I think that's worth it.
Yeah. Okay. So the engineering crew say, okay, Captain Hawk, was it?
Hawk, yes.
Okay. If you'd follow us to our little command center, that's where we're sort of have our headquarters, unless you want to go to main engineering, but we can contact other factions from there. Which would you prefer?
Bring me to your leader.
Okay, so you go to the command center, and someone, let me double check, make sure I get this right. So an Ensign Lou Mendola is in there, working on various wires going all across the place, and this looks like this is a major overhaul. Why doesn't Commander Shelby, why don't you give me and let me double check here.
Who do you
a reason engineering
Shelby just
task.
dropped.
Oh,
Yeah. We
Right
just
as
lost
you
somebody, as I was about to say, but yeah.
Craig, come back. Let's see if I can message him.
I do have a quick question. Am I just laying unconscious in the hallway while they go?
No,
stuff?
it's been a scene, so it's been long enough that you can get back up if you.
Okay, so I want to make sure that this individual that was unconscious is restrained.
That's fair. Yep.
Had a rough fight there, brother.
Well,
I think that's Craig coming back.
Hello.
Oh,
Sorry.
welcome back. Did Elon Musk fail you again?
He decided to give me a firmware update at 3 in the morning.
Oh
Elon,
my
I appreciate
God.
that.
Why would you ever use
Elon Musk is the worst. No apologies. All right, so
I use Starlink because I basically live next to farms and there's no other real option here.
You're really gonna have to sit with me at some point and walk me through how you feel about it.
that actually would be. I would watch that. All right, but
next
I need a reason.
Unimpressed at the moment.
I need a reason engineering task with difficulty 2 from Commander Shelby.
Right, a reason engineering with difficulty complication 2. Did you say?
No,
Difficulty
difficulty 2. So complication can stay at 1. This is just how many
Right,
successes you need, which means like if you want to spend that momentum that we have banked.
Okay.
So let me see what you get here. 1. Okay. So you know that there's extensive modifications going on in the command center, but you don't know anything else.
Okay.
So the guy who's working on that comes out and says, "Oh, hello, I'm Ensign Lumendola. Who? Marsh, who is this?" And Marsh says, "This is apparently the crew of the USS Lexington, which is apparently a Starfleet ship. Also, maybe it's like been a century that we've been in here with gravitational time warping or something." And then Lou says, "Okay, that does kind of make sense."
but what are these? As he points to aliens.
Yeah. Who? What?
Why is there
What
2
are
birds
those?
and a cat?
Yeah. Is this?
Why are there birds
The
wearing
fuck is this? The fuck is that?
And why is
What, is there a
the
bird
captain
going
called
on
Hawk
board?
the only one who's not a bird?
Okay. Well.
Oh my God! It's Romulans.
Well, I'm assuming that
I was
they've
actually
convinced
expecting
you
that.
two that they're not Romulans. Is that accurate? And they both say, yeah. We don't think they're Romulans.
It would be hilarious if one of us was a Vulcan, but
Well, no, because here's the thing, right?
He looks like a
Until
Romulan.
until Balance of Terror, no one in the Federation or Starfleet had ever seen a Romulan. So
Right.
these guys don't have a single goddamn clue what a Romulan looks like. Any of you could be a Romulan, and they wouldn't know.
Yeah. And if any of you were a Romulan, they would think you're a Vulcan.
Well, yeah, exactly. Okay, so
It sounds like a very confusing.
Apparently,
So-
pre-Starfleet training sucked.
well, no one had seen a Romulan. What are you going
Yeah.
to train them on? If they haven't, if no one has seen a Romulan, how do you train people what Romulans look like?
How do you fight something you've never seen before?
Because they've seen the
you
ships.
can shoot them in space.
You
Yeah.
shoot anything you don't recognize.
Well, no, because they know what Romulan ships look like. They've seen Romulan ships. They haven't seen a Romulan person. No
This
Romulan
seems like
face.
more planning to me. I don't know.
I mean, it's good.
but
No,
I'm
it's
a
what it is.
cat, what
Is
do
it's
I know?
good planning on the part of the Romulans.
Yeah, there's a reason why
Okay.
you're
Romulans are stealthy bastards.
But
So-
you're a crew member, but you've
Well,
actually
don't
been in
look at me.
Starfleet
I'm just
for
a cat
18
lady.
years.
I don't know.
Is-
I'm just being.
Okay, so
Is Ensign Lumendola in charge of this faction? I'm not clear on who is in charge
look,
of
I'm
this
not in
faction.
charge, but I'm one of the better mechanics here, and I can help you with whatever's going on. In fact, now that okay, so I'm assuming that since Commander Phillips isn't here, something happened to her, right? And
Yes. Commander Phillips has been abducted
one.
by your command staff.
And we
Great.
have a prisoner. As I motion
Oh.
to the restrained person.
well, that's I don't know what to do about that. But what can I help you with?
I'm given to understand that there's a procedure for getting a meeting between the different factions.
Well, we can at least contact the other factions.
Excellent. I would like to speak to all the other factions, but I'm especially interested in speaking to the science faction.
Oh, you want me to give him a call?
Yes.
All right. So, do you want to
whips out a freaking rotary phone.
do you want to talk to Ed Parrish, the science officer, or
Parrish?
Sorry, Ed Parrish, the chief medical officer, or do you?
Mike?
Oh wait, no, hold on. I'm screwing all of this up.
The medical officer might be the smart one
Here
to
we go.
talk to because the medical staff are negotiating with everybody right now.
Chief Medical Officer Alejandro Martinez, or
Oh, okay.
Chief Science Officer Shiro Takahashi.
I was gonna
Takahashi
say,
was the one doing the alien investigation thing.
Yes.
So let's talk to Takahashi.
Okay.
I was gonna say, if their last name was Parrish, we shouldn't talk to them if they're medical.
No, I'm sorry. I mixed up which
Parrish.
NPC is which. All right. So, all right. I'll try to patch you through. You get this answer. Yes. Takahashi, this is engineering. There's someone who wants to talk to you. Put them through.
What was his rank again?
This is Chief Science Officer Shiro, so he's kind of commander.
Commander Takahashi, this is Captain Hawk of the USS Lexington. We are the rescue sent by Starfleet, and I need your assistance in negotiating with the other factions and determining who this alien invader is.
Oh, well, I have been working on that, and I am close to a breakthrough.
Please enlighten us.
Well, it's a special scanning technique. I suppose I could describe it, but you would have to have modified tricorders to make it work. So,
I have an engineer here who can modify our tricorders in any way that's necessary.
I see. And they're medical tricorders?
We have one of those too.
I see.
Yep.
Well, it is very delicate. I might not be able to easily describe it. If you wanted to come to the sick bay or the physical sciences lab, probably the physical sciences lab, I could help.
Yeah.
Sir, I volunteer to go to the science lab and meet up with to change our medical tricorder the way that's needed.
Yeah.
Ross, as well, because I have the medical tricorder.
Yeah, I was just gonna interject. Are there any threats between here and there?
Well, the alien may be between here and there, and also, it's generally frowned on for anyone to go alone. The acting Captain Mallory has declared that anyone who spends too much time on their own is under a death sentence and will be thrown out of an airlock.
That's a little harsh.
Right.
But
Okay.
anyone who's on their own could have been taken over by the alien and could now just be the alien. You can't be too careful.
Shelby and Ross, you go and modify the tricorders. Croc, we'll keep you here because we don't want to lose the beachhead of the teleporter room. And Takahashi,
Meh.
yes, and we'll send crewman Malar with them, a trio.
Crewman Meow.
Yes, crewman Meow can go as well.
Catsin.
So, as you approach the physical sciences lab, who's going exactly?
Meow, Shelby, and Ross.
Shelby, Malar, and Ross. Okay. So, what I would like you guys to do is to take a what is probably the most appropriate for this? A control security check, and Malar, your stealth focus will affect this.
Ooh boy.
So
What?
yeah,
Can I use my xenobiology
no, that's not going to help on this.
skill? Okay.
So I get my focus, I get task roll 2, and I get this is security fitness again?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I just want to make sure I had everything.
All right, so I'm going to say that you guys, Taryn Shelby and Dr. Tragan, are quick enough to pull Jeter Ross back as you notice that there are two command crew members carrying a corpse down the hallway, and you see a Commander Hips woman who is in a red piped uniform, who is probably Commander Mallory, walking out of the physical sciences lab as these two are dragging a corpse away towards an airlock.
I have a feeling that that's our guy.
So what are you going to do?
You're in charge of engineering, right? Or should I take charge of it? You're a higher rank than I am.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Did we go to the physical sciences lab?
No, you're not quite there. You're in the corridor, and basically the door opened, and you and Mlar pulled Gene and Ross back to see what was going on, so that he didn't just stumble into the corridor. And you saw two command staff, or actually security staff people, like just firemen dragging a corpse towards an airlock, and then Commander Mallory presumably came out of the door, and then shortly following her, before you've been detected, comes a Japanese-looking guy in blue stripes with a lieutenant commander rank badge, and those two are having a heated dispute, and say, you can overhear Mallory says, "Look, I don't give a fuck if it works. I just need Phillips gone, so you need to say it works." Takahashi says, "But it doesn't." Says, "Well, it's going to for the trial."
So who's overheard them saying that? Me and...
You and Mlar and Ross have overheard them saying that.
Right, okay.
Let's head back.
And then Mallory starts walking away in another direction.
All right. Well, I'm going to instantly go and inform the captain what I've just heard.
Okay, you might want to back off a little bit so that way you're not overheard, but yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
Communicator.
Yeah.
I'll watch them well.
Okay, Captain, whilst heading towards the physical sciences lab, we overheard some of the crew members, including Mallory, saying that the scanner technology doesn't work and they are trying to fool Phillips. What are your instructions?
Let's play this one close to the chest and keep that information to ourselves. I have a feeling it'll be useful in the negotiations. Make contact with Takahashi and get him and his device to us so we can have control of it.
So
you just want me to play along for now?
Yes.
So Ensign Mendola comes over and says, "Captain, I overheard that. They're probably going to execute Commander Phillips, and a lot of the engineering and the engineering staff have been working on figuring out a good way to rescue her. And so we're going to be arranging a rescue party of probably 12 to 15 of our best fighters to go and take out as many of the command staff as we can and rescue Commander Phillips during whatever sham trial they have set up."
Out of character, real quick. With this information, it essentially means that we know that the whatever results they're going to use during the trial are fake. Right? We do have all of our options for teleporting. We do have potential authority, but we have to be convincing. If they're having a trial where they're going to gather everybody anyway, if we get the technology and we have the information that they're bullshitting us, we can be like, we will take them because we want to, like, examine the whatever the fuck, and on our end with our 100-year advanced technology, etc., etc., etc.
All right. I think that we can lend some of our security to enact this rescue so that someone isn't executed, but this trial is an excellent opportunity for us to speak to the leaders of the various factions and convince them to resolve this without bloodshed.
All right. So as you've been doing this, people have been gathering into the control center, and you see that it looks like Lieutenant Commander Marsh is more or less in charge at this point, and you see him saying, "All right, everybody, set your phase pistols to..."
Well, hold on, Lieutenant Commander. I understand...
No, Lieutenant JG. It's not a Lieutenant.
Sorry. Sorry. Hold on, Lieutenant. I understand why you want to do that, but we are Starfleet, and they're still Starfleet. Set your phasers to stun. This is a rescue mission, not a murder.
All right, I'm going to go for a presence command check on this. Your negotiation focus can apply.
All right.
Would you like to spend any dice, or spend any, momentum, or give any threat?
Do we...
it's going to be a tough one. It's probably going to be difficulty 3.
Okay, I'll do... We have 1 momentum, so I can do 3. Can I spend a determination with the crew comes first as my value?
Yeah, I'll allow that. So, but if you do that, then if you want to then spend to get a 4th die, it'll be 2, which means you'll spend a momentum and give me a threat.
Okay, but I can get 3. I can spend the momentum and determination to get 3 die, or to get 4 die. Wait.
Yeah. So right now, if you spend a point of determination to use your value, you will get your 2 regular die and 1 extra die that already counts as having rolled a 1. If you want to then spend additional to get an additional 4th die, you would have to spend 2 points of momentum, which, since you only have 1, it would be 1 point of momentum and 1 point of threat.
Okay, I'll do that. Okay. And I also have the veteran talent, so when I spend a point of determination, I can roll a challenge die, and if I get an effect, I get the determination back.
All right, just roll a d6 because the challenge die thing on this is a little iffy, and if it's a 5 or 6, then there you go.
All right, and I'll do the task while I'm grabbing those dice. All right, so I got 3 1s. It was 3 dice, or sorry, it was 4 dice, wasn't it?
Well, it's 3, but also another die that just counts as having a 2, so don't bother rolling it. So that's
right,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And then I got a 6 on my d6, so I have the determination back.
So that got you the determination back, and then it also got you 2 points of momentum back, so you actually gained a momentum on this. And so they say, okay, fine. Everyone set phase pistols to stun. We can deal with the command staff in the aftermath of this, I suppose.
And I'll order Lieutenant Croc and crewman Millar to engage in the raid. To lead the raid. So these bloodthirsty maniacs don't go on a killing spree.
Okay,
So-
I have a question real quick. I have a question real quick.
Okay.
Do I still have all that stress?
So at this point you have heal. What is your fitness rating? Sorry,
My
yours.
fitness. My fitness is 11.
I actually don't remember. So hold on. We're just take your stress back. I have to double check on healing between scenes, so that's something I don't remember. So just heal back up to full. I don't care. We're not gonna. That's something I'll figure out later. Okay, so there is one thing is you do know that the alien shuttle is in the launch bay if you wanted to check that out. You also Mlar and Ross and Shelby are still expected at physical sciences. Are you going to actually go through and go in there?
We were ordered to.
So we're gonna cut to that. So they go in, and a rather severe-looking, angular-faced Japanese man looks up and says, "Ah, you must be our rescuers." And he looks up and down and says, what are you and what are you wearing?"
I say, "This is clearly a Starfleet uniform. You can see the insignia."
I see the Delta, but those aren't Starfleet uniforms I'm familiar with. And also, what are they? And what are you?
They are... What I am is irrelevant. I am a Starfleet officer, and I am here to help you.
When did we start accepting aliens into Starfleet?
Why do you think it's called Starfleet?
Because it's the United Earth sending people into the stars in a fleet of ships.
And what do you think's going to happen when you go to the stars? You're going to meet other species.
That's not the same as letting them into our military.
Starfleet's not a military.
Since when?
Since the Federation was formed.
The what?
They're
Look,
from pre-Federation.
We cannot keep having this conversation.
Oh, I was muted. Hey, should we explain that it's been like 100 or like 150 years or something?
Just tell them we come from the future.
Yeah, it's been okay, buddy. I hate to break it to you, but you're not in your time. And I'm not just. It's not just some clever way of calling you old. I'm literally saying you are not in the correct part of time right now.
Yes and no.
Yeah, you realize that they're going to be really shocked that a massive talking bird's talking to them.
Yeah, I apologize for that, but
Meow.
I really hate to break it to you.
This is the furry. This is the furry show.
You made me this way.
I'm not complaining.
Okay,
I'm
sir,
just saying it is.
I'm here to see Mallory. I am Lieutenant Commander Terrence Shelby, the Chief Engineer of the USS Lexington. I was told that you have some technology that can help us alter our scanners.
Yes, I can do that. Okay, so let me see your what is, and he takes a look at the medical tricorder and is like, this is, you have different tricorders too. Okay.
I told you.
Yes,
at a
100 years advancement.
Right. You're gonna have to. It's gonna take a little bit for me to fully bring that on board. Sorry.
I'm
Okay.
going to-
And your name is? And he points towards Ross.
Lieutenant Jeetam Ross.
Okay.
Ship counselor.
Well, come over to this console and we can work on getting your tricorder fixed. So I would like Ross, you should take a daring science check, and this is going to be difficulty 3.
Okay, I have a feeling that this guy is going to try and bullshit me.
Yeah, I was.
You have 2
I was
momentum.
gonna say,
and
make sure he's not
3 threat.
just straight up sabotaging your thing.
Daring science? Yeah.
And you remember you have 2 threat, and we have 3 momentum on the board right now.
Oh boy. Lovely.
2 threat, 3 momentum.
Could I use my focus of investigation?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Could I use my Oh, my mic got moved by my cord. Sorry.
Okay.
Could I use my focus of investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go.
Ooh, very nice. You just gained a momentum. So here's the thing. You notice that what he's actually doing is he's loading Commander Phillips' genetic profile into your tricorder, such that when you use the so-called alien detection subroutine, it's going to trigger positive when you scan her, just because it's keyed off of her genetic profile. That's it. That's all he's doing. He's just saying, hey, when you activate this subroutine, say yes, this is an alien when you scan this one particular person. That's all he's
Should I
doing.
try to press him?
Sure
on-
would be
on
convenient
it
if
in,
we
like,
had
a
a bunch of
roundabout
aliens
way?
with us.
Sorry,
Should I
again,
try
Ross?
to? Should I try to press him on this in a roundabout way?
Well,
like,
the captain did
you
suggest that you play along with this.
Yeah. So I think that just look, you catch my eye, kind of, and we both know what's going on, and I nod and just tell you to just carry on and play along with what's happening.
I have a quick question for our captain. Did you suggest this, or did you order or tell this?
There was an order to play along.
Yeah. I gave a suggestion with the weight of Starfleet.
Yes.
Okay,
Well, it's sort of like, you know how in the actual Navy, no one ever says that's an order because any imperative sentence is an order? That's just how it works.
Right.
Yeah, it's...
That
Well,
Wait,
I
you
know,
do that?
I wouldn't know that.
That said, I do
sorry, it was
some of us
if
would.
you did this,
Wait, hold on.
means do it.
If you were in a Navy, raise your hand.
A
army.
Well, okay, if you were in a military, raise your hand.
Yeah.
I was in the real Navy.
Oh, yes, of course. So actually, the majority of us are veterans. That's pretty awesome, actually. I didn't know that.
That said,
Two Canadians and the underaged one.
I do have
Wait,
an
what do you
officer
mean
on the
underage?
scene.
Sorry,
So if he has to make
hold up. Jordan, go.
I do have an officer on the scene, so if he had to make a different decision, that's a thing he could do.
But yeah, you are currently under orders to play along. You don't have to follow those if you feel like it's a bad idea or you just don't want to, because technically, I mean, you're your own person. But you are currently under orders to play along. So what are you gonna do?
This ship ambiance is perfect for this.
Thank you.
What do I do?
What do I do?
Yeah, exactly.
Pulls out a bug from the planet, throws it at the guy's face.
No, I put the bug in a storage crate.
Yeah, that's
With
already
the
that's still on the Lexington somewhere.
Yeah, he's in my
I
room.
want to think about it.
He will find you in your sleep.
All right, so, but Ross, what are you doing?
I'm just gonna look at it and say, well, I hope this works, man.
Okay. I
This
assure
is,
you, it will.
This, yeah, well, man. Be ashamed, eh?
All right, so you guys are able to now. He says, "All right, I've modified it." So you guys, if you want, can now go back to the command center. And is there anything else you would like to investigate? Like, we know that
The alien ship.
is in the launch bay.
I would like to get some scans of the alien ship.
Okay, so Ensign Mendola says, if you're going to the launch bay, you're going to need EVA suits because it is currently sealed off as a result of a hull breach there. But those are available right outside the launch bay anyway, because it's the launch bay. Just, don't go in there without EVA suits or you'll die immediately.
Okay.
So, alright, so who's going to the launch bay?
Well, I need to. I need to investigate the ship.
Right. Is anyone else going?
I think Counselor should go back to Captain and report what's happened with the fake scanner.
Okay. So is
But
anyone
I'm
else
going to
going?
order them to.
Is anyone else going with you?
Yeah, I'd rather not go alone.
Well,
Yeah. So
I know
what's
we
probably going to
should
happen is all
go
three of you are going to
alone.
go back to the command center, and then you can decide who's going to go to the launch bay.
right.
So who's going to the launch bay?
Me.
Anyone else?
Who do you want to take with you?
A security. Let's take Meow with me.
What about Croc?
Croc's an idiot. He can stay with the captain.
Okay. All right. So
Hold on. Does Shelby say that out loud, or is that just color commentary?
No, Shelby out loud says, I'd rather take the person that didn't run head first and get knocked out with me.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
The captain is taking notes for his personnel evaluation later.
You have to remember I'm a I say it as I see it.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
that's something we're gonna have to work on later.
right.
Anyways,
So
But,
I say nothing.
all right.
So
we're
I
gonna.
think.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So the engineer and security's going. Do the tricorders that they have, would they be suitable for picking up alien DNA stuff? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
All right. So you guys get to the launch bay, and there are indeed
On our
EVA
way there,
suits.
can I ask a question?
To Shelby?
The command to Shelby, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
So, do you think if the tricorder had the right DNA put into it, it would work?
The right DNA as in the DNA.
So right
of
now, the
actual alien we're
tricorder
looking
it's
for?
going to give a false positive because it's got that person's DNA in it. But if it had the correct DNA from the creature, or from the alien, do you think it would?
Yeah,
work?
we could replace the subroutine that is detecting Phillips with the subroutine that would detect the alien, so it would actually work. Do you have DNA of the alien available?
No, I don't know how these kinds of things work. If I do, though, I can get it. Maybe I can get some.
yeah, probably.
We could just replace it with something else, and then when we're in the trial, we're like, "Oh, look, he's not an alien."
Well,
Cool.
here's the thing: aren't we all aliens to these people?
Well, except for the humans.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
So we could okay, it worked for him, but weird. This cat lady isn't an alien. Strange.
I don't know. I was just thinking about
right.
what we got going
I
on.
would like Mlar and Shelby, please take some control security checks, and stealth will again apply for Mlar.
Control security.
Oh no, a complication. I'm just gonna add it to my
Uh-oh.
for later. Just putting that in my pocket. Okay, so as you're on your way to the launch bay, you see some science personnel walk by, and you duck behind a corridor. And they're talking about let me just make sure I have that right. They're talking about a crewman Green and his recent suicide, and how he didn't seem like he was the kind to do that. And they just pass on by. Would you like to continue on to the launch bay?
Yes, whilst taking note of what's been said.
Okay. So you get to the launch bay, and there are in fact EVA suits. It's not really a task to get them on. There's a airlock so that you can cycle the atmosphere in and out.
I just don't have enough space for my ears.
Yeah, your ears are going to be like they're going to do one of these.
Yeah, they tucked it over your face slightly.
Jordan, you just appeared upside down and in the dark,
I
like
don't
demon-like. What the hell?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's the alien.
Demons.
Jordan is an actual demon all of a sudden.
Oh, we found the alien, guys. We
Yeah,
found
it's
it.
definitely the captain. Okay, so you get in there, and there is indeed an alien-looking life pod. It is not made of any. There's no construction there that's familiar to you. Take
Can
a
we get
reason.
some of its DNA off of this?
Maybe take a reason in con or science in con, and whoever isn't primary can assist.
You take primary of getting the DNA.
There is no way.
Yeah, she should
my
not be in charge of
random
reason con
cat
or science con.
bullshit character.
What do I need to roll?
Either reason in con or science in con, whichever is higher for you. And the same goes for
well,
Lar, but she only rolls 1 die.
Science and con are both disciplines.
Reason in con or science. Oh yeah, it does say that. That's weird. Okay.
Maybe reason and con or reason and science.
Yeah, this is a misprint in the book. My apologies. Either reason in con or reason in science. My apologies. The book itself is
We
wrong.
got 3 successes.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's a difficulty 4 task, so all you can tell is that it is
come
very
on.
alien. I'll tell you what. If you want to spend threat to try again, I will let you, but
3
only if it's
momentum.
threat. I don't care.
Okay, I'll do that, and I'll actually roll a reason and a science this time.
Oh, wait, what did you
And
roll
let's-
for? Oh, you know what? Hold on. Shelby, re-roll reason and science first, because you shouldn't have rolled security anyway. Okay, so it's still 3. So, do you want to try again with spending threat?
Yeah, Chesh.
How much threat do you want to spend?
Do
All
it,
of
do
it.
it, do it, do it, do it.
Well, that's...
No, not all of them, like 2.
So like
Like-
6? 2? Well, you... 3, 1 or 3 is an option. 2 isn't really an option.
Let's go 3.
Okay. So I'm going to add 3
Let's
threat.
go.
Okay, so now you have 2 extra dice to roll on your reason science, and Dr. Tragan, you can roll reason and con again if you
I
want.
am not Tragan. but
Sorry.
Yeah. I got shit, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I got
Okay,
a 2. Fight me.
Wait, why are there 2 rolls for... I'm so confused.
The one was the other one you asked him to redo. But
Okay, so
So-
that's 3...
should
The 2, 3, 4, 5...
shouldn't he roll 2 more dice, or
Yeah,
is that just to get another
it should be
roll?
2 more dice, because the first 2 don't stand.
I clicked 4, but it only did
Just
2.
roll... Yeah, just
So
roll again,
we,
too.
We scored 1, 2,
Fine.
3, 4, 5,
Alright.
6, 7, 8.
No,
so
No,
far.
this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you get a point of
Yeah.
momentum. And you find out that not only is this an alien spacecraft, but its quantum signature doesn't even match that of your universe.
Oh, no.
This is an extra-dimensional alien craft.
What does that mean?
Oh boy.
It means it's from the mirror universe, or possibly the Kelvin timeline, or the, you know,
Use
one of
H
the
for
many other
some
timelines. Yeah.
It's
Should
alien
we
squared.
contact the captain and the ship about it?
Yeah, so,
Does that mean we could actually change our thing to recognize, instead of its biology, its time signature?
that I was going to say that if, well, assuming that the alien is obviously of the same universe as this craft, that means it would also have a separate quantum signature, which is something that we could set any of our scanners to detect.
Oh.
Well,
Oh boy.
Well, I'm going to say that you guys go back to the command center, so you're all back together again. So,
Okay.
and have informed the captain of the extra-dimensional nature of the life pod that they rescued.
Okay. So
And also now
the-
you know about crewman Green, who apparently committed suicide, even though that's iffy.
Gotcha. Do we have any of the Atlantis' crew nearby?
Yeah, so Ensign
Okay.
Mandolu is still there, and there's some other random engineering types around.
So, before I get into that, I want to confirm that we can actually detect the alien
Mandola,
using their
sorry.
quantum signature, and that the subroutine that we allegedly got from the medical staff, we were told it would detect an alien. Does that mean it should detect any alien? Anyone who's not human?
So this is a question for Mandola?
I don't know if Shelby would know that since he's the one who got it, or...
Well, the subroutine that we were given wasn't actually for an alien, it was for Phillips. So it will only detect Phillips and it will read Phillips as an alien.
Right, I understand that, but what is it's supposed to do is detect aliens. So
yes.
So we can test this publicly because we have aliens with us.
Yes.
So we can reveal the lie, and then we can use the actual real subroutine to find the true alien.
Yes, I should be able to reprogram the tricorder to detect the alien's quantum signature instead of the fake subroutine that would register Phillips as an alien.
Mendola pipes
Outstanding work, Commander.
Mendola pipes up and says,
Me.
Captain, it's possible that it might not be able to get a strong enough quantum signature from a single life form compared to an entire life pod, so it's iffy on that one.
Well, we can at least expose the falsehood
Yes.
and prevent the execution either way. All right.
Wait,
Then-
wait.
Plus, if we've got more than one tricorder here, I can run them in series, make them more powerful.
Okay. So priority 1 is prepared to reveal the evidence at trial. Priority 2 is actually find this alien. We can do that later if we have to.
Captain, should we alert medical bay
About
making sure we can tap into the quantum identifier for their tricorders as well as the transporter?
I'll task Shelby to explain all of that science-y, babbly nonsense to the medical people, and then ask Ensign Lumendola if he knows Green or knew Green.
I mean, we weren't close, but I knew him, and look, I'll be surprised if... I was surprised when he apparently committed suicide. It was... I mean, he was not someone who seems to be having trouble with the whole situation more than anyone else. I mean, we're all having trouble, right? We've been stuck in this situation for 2 whole years. The science faction is bartering hydroponic vegetables in exchange for energy. I mean, it's a whole mess. But didn't seem like the kind who would just decide to end it. I don't know. I guess you could go
Getting
by...
everybody out of this situation is a really strong bargaining chip.
Yeah. All right. Does anybody else have any idea what to follow up on with this Green line of questioning? Because if not, then...
So was Green acting odd beforehand, like paranoid, anything like that?
No, he seemed fine.
Well, I mean, more paranoid than any of you. No offense.
Right, no, he still
Are
seemed
probably
fine.
on a regular
I get
basis.
what you're asking. He seemed fine.
Okay, so well, at least we know it doesn't trail its victims. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said it like that. That was a bit insensitive, forgive me.
I mean, I guess you could go to his quarters and see if there's any indication there, but other than that, I don't know. Kitty! Now we have 2 cats on stream.
I had the big orange one earlier.
Oh, I heard the creature. Oh,
Yeah.
there's the creature.
So, when is the raid to go rescue Phillips?
Well, we're not sure when there's going to be any kind of... Like, the rumor is that Mallory wants to have some kind of a sham trial.
Gotcha.
So we're planning
Okay.
on doing it then, because then we'll probably know where she is.
Can we get in touch with Mallory?
I mean, we can try. At which point, a bosun whistle comes on. This is Acting Captain Mallory speaking. As you may know, we now have Chief Engineer Phillips in our custody. She stands accused of mutiny and may very well be the alien intruder, which would explain a great many things about her behavior of late. A military tribunal will convene within the hour in the main conference room on Deck B to determine the Chief Engineer's innocence or guilt. Those who wish to attend must relinquish their lessons to Lieutenant Parrish upon arriving through the computer core. All other access points to this deck have been sealed. That is all.
Why do I have a bad feeling about this?
And yes,
Yeah.
I downloaded a bosun's whistle. You're welcome.
Very good. Well, that answers that.
Claps in the chat, clap emotes in the chat for Dapper. Thank you very much. That is the opposite of Dapper is a producer, and please remove one drink that you've consumed. Thank you very much.
Oh, hey,
I'm
Monty.
not getting the sound effects on my end. I'm annoyed.
Oh, you might have to have those activated on Roll20. We can do that another time.
Yeah. All right. Then, in that case, Crewman Millar and Croc will be engaged in this raid to non-lethally rescue Phillips.
Okay.
Shelby, you'll be coming with myself and Ross to attend this trial.
All right.
Oh, boy.
At this point, we're going to cut back to the ship, where Commander Chanos, you are contacted by the medical staff, which is saying that Officer Kearney is up and about and would like to speak to someone in charge.
Okay, I will do that.
Speak to your manager.
All right.
I need someone in charge.
Well, okay,
Yep.
but here...
But right now, the commander's in charge.
Right.
But you can only take the 0 difficulty tasks right now.
Yeah, because you're not the primary character. So, take that. Anyway,
Also, you are
would you like to
very,
go to...
very
On the
occupied
other
with,
ship I am.
So,
But
by the way,
you
yeah.
are very occupied with setting up the sickbay.
I'll assume that Commander Chanos is off his way to sickbay, and Dr. Tragan, Lieutenant Kearney has woken up.
Oh, you
and
want to talk to my manager? All right.
Yeah, well, so he's like, hey, can I
Doctors are outside the chain of command.
come out of these restraints? I feel fine.
Oh yeah, if he's calmed down, yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay, thank you. So he stands back up and he says, he looks around and he's in like a just tattered uniform that's mostly tied around his waist, and he's like, yeah,
You want
like
a shirt?
clothes, yeah, a shirt.
Yeah.
Shirt would be nice.
What's your rank? We'll see if we can get something that matches for you.
I'm a lieutenant.
Okay.
Security. I'm the armory officer, or I guess maybe I
Okay,
was.
okay.
I don't know. So
All right, I'll go find him a red. We'll go get him
Red
some
shirt.
red. Get
Red
him
shirt.
sat down with some. Are you hungry? Do you want some real food?
do you have something that isn't a cyclops squirrel?
Yes.
Cyclops squirrel.
We have pretty much anything you could possibly want.
We have squirrels with 2 eyes.
Oh,
Cyclops.
I want some Cyclops squirrel.
can
And I
can I get a
kind of want a
cheeseburger
Cyclops.
Absolutely.
with a
I'll get him
milkshake?
off into like a examination room and get him a burger.
Okay.
Well,
So-
we're waiting for
I'll say that Chanos comes out while Tragan is just completing her task over at the protein resequencer. So now
he's
you're all
in the
there.
other room.
He says,
he wants
so-
to talk to,
So
you know.
I'll
Is
talk
he-
to him.
did you find out what happened to the Atlantis?
Kind of. It seems to have been getting stuck in the wormhole and also suffered some
the
time
what?
dilation.
Yeah, I'm pretty
There
sure
is
the
an
brains
unstable
are-
wormhole in orbit around the planet.
Oh,
Wait,
that,
is the planet
seems
in
to
orbit
be-
around the wormhole?
yeah, but he screwed that up, so
Yeah.
it also
But-
doesn't matter that much. So wait, the Atlantis
Yeah.
is in the wormhole?
Yes, it looks like this has been the cause of the whole time shift incident. So probably it's responsible both for you yourself as well as the Atlantis.
I would like
Being,
permission to beam back aboard the Atlantis.
Well, that is a little bit complicated. We have an away team there trying to get the crew out, but since we ourselves have been pushed into the general vicinity of that wormhole, our energy reserves have been relatively depleted, so we can't just transport people back and forth.
I will point out that you do actually have enough power to transport him if you wanted to.
He's lying.
Yeah, but I just don't want to send him over there without a good reason.
But I think I could help out because, I mean, I'm the former armory officer. I know that I survived on the planet. I feel like I don't know what's been happening on the ship, but I feel like I could probably help with convincing everyone that you're here to help and to get them transporter pads or whatever else is necessary.
He could be convincing, Lieutenant.
Commander.
Or second. Commander, sorry.
Considering communications, do we actually know what has been going on the Atlantis?
So yeah, Captain Hawk, have you been keeping the ship apprised of what's up?
Yeah, I'd be doing regular check-ins.
Then yeah, you do.
Okay. I think that might not be bad idea, but I have to confer with the captain about the situation as it's going on at the moment, because it looks like there have been some compromises to the chain of command on the Atlantis. So your presence might be helpful, but it might also be a problem, and I want to check with the captain. Is there anything else you know or could say that might be helpful to if I understand this correctly, that you were stranded on the planet before anything weird happened on the Atlantis, so you don't know anything about the current situation, I think.
It might be worthwhile, Commander, to give him a debrief about the situation and then let him decide if he wants.
All right, so are you going to give him a debrief?
Yes, I will
Okay.
or give him the information what seems to have been happening on the Atlantis and what the current problem is, and then I would give him the opportunity to decide if he wants to help with that, and then I would contact the captain.
Yeah, so he does want to help with that.
And Captain
Okay.
Hawk thinks it'd be quite valuable to have a local, so to speak, involved in negotiations.
Yes, I think he might be trustworthy to different groups that are currently at odds with each other. So,
All right, so if you want to transport him over, do a control and engineering supported by the ship's sensors and engineering, and reduce the power by 1. It is a difficulty 1 task.
since
I'd
we
say
are
that's
already
fine.
beaming something over, is there anything else you would need?
I mean, no, I think I'll be okay. Like, the shirt is
I'm
helpful, though.
also
Thank
asking
you.
the captain, but yes.
So
No,
the ship's at now power 1.
So take
We
that.
could probably make him
control-
a ship that
Uh,
matches
at-
better, but
Reason and engineering? Well, I'm
Control and engineering.
control and engineering is better.
And the
The
ship
ship-
was which ones?
The ship is engineering and what's better, computers or sensors?
Sensors.
Then do sensors. It's fine.
before he goes over,
Okay,
I
he's
do
fine.
want to just give him like a little bit of like a psychology prep to be like, listen, it's going to be bad over there. I know you've been through a lot recently. Just make sure you breathe. Take your time. You can trust our crew. If you're ever in doubt, just trust one of our crewmates.
Okay. So he is going to transport over
Give this man a pep talk.
and
And his burger. He got his burger before
yeah, he got his
went
burger.
over, right? Okay.
He's transporting over as he's sipping the last of his milkshake. All right. So
At least he doesn't have to prostitute himself for hydroponics.
So before you guys set off for the tribunal, Kearney shows up and he says, Captain Hawk, I presume that's you? I'm here to help in whatever way I can. I think I might be able to be persuasive to some of the crew at least.
Excellent. We are just about to go to a military tribunal.
All right, so
Oh, hello, friend.
you guys head over to the military tribunal. Let me set
Wait,
things
I've got
up.
the music
So,
up. I figured it out. Sorry.
oh, nice. All right, so who was off with the rescue team?
Me.
Me.
So Shelby, okay. Who else?
So the rescue team was Croc and Millar. The tribunal was me, Shelby, and Ross, because I need Shelby to do the reveal with the tricorder. But quick question: we have 2 more crew support. Can we, since Lanford is and the commander are not involved in the scene, can we use that crew to buff up our security team?
Like, and have them transport over?
Yeah, along with, since we just transported.
Yeah, if you want to transport over a
Dude,
security team, I guess you can. So
Can they all be cats? Are we all
That's why
cats?
I asked if you need anything else, yeah.
no, we're not going to define exactly what species they are. So let me make sure everyone has sight.
So they
Apparently
can be
that's a
cats
thing.
if we imagine them to be cats. That's fine.
Is
Yeah.
there a Gorn on board?
No.
There better not be.
Aw.
Terran doesn't do well with Gorn.
We
That
should
would
bring
be
over a
great.
Romulan. That'll go well.
Oh God!
So
No,
you guys get-
those also are not Starfleet crew members.
Come on, we're gonna try to get through this. So you get to the computer core, and there is in fact Parrish, who is requesting that all of your weapons be handed over. But also he notices Lieutenant Kearney. Says, "Wait, Kearney, you're alive? We're like, yeah, I'm alive. I've been on that planet for 6 years." And Parrish says, "Wait, but we've only been here for 2 years." And then they have a little conversation about time dilation again. And says, "Hey,
Take a drink.
can we?"
I hypothesize that being closer to the wormhole causes greater gravitational disturbances, increasing the amount of time compared to other places.
I guess that kind of makes sense. Can we pass through without, turning everything over? All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I would like one person to take a persuasion check via insight and command, and Lieutenant Parrish will also assist with that. And
I
because
realize I have years.
I'll do that.
I have. Okay.
Right,
go ahead.
Right, I did it.
okay, so
Oh no, complication.
wait. I heard Ross say he was going to do it first, so we're going to let him do it.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. All right, cool.
which,
Ignore me.
skills again? Forgive me.
Insight and command.
Oh, insight.
Also, Shelby rolled the wrong dice. It was insight and science.
Did I?
Yeah.
No, it says insight and command on mine.
Really? Am I just behind?
Yeah. No, well, you're right. It
Mine's
says science on there,
science.
but it says command on. I've clicked
Weird.
command. It's
Roll 20 is weird. All right, so yeah, no, that not only is that a success,
Sometimes it just says fail.
you also gain a momentum on that one. All right, so you are able to carry your phasers in through the security checkpoint as well as Kearney. So you get to the tribunal, and so you see that Commander Mallory is seated at one side of a table, along with some of her command staff, and she has a phase pistol that is very, very obvious. And so she says, "All right." And she looks and says, "Wait, who are these people?
Your mother.
That seems very unlikely."
Sorry.
Commander Mallory, I presume.
Yeah.
"That's me. Who are you?"
Captain Hawk of the USS Lexington.
"See, I don't know what that is, but welcome to the tribunal. How are you here?"
We're here to rescue you.
"I see. Well, that would be appreciated, but first we need to figure out who this alien is, because we can't let the alien get off the ship." So,
I agree. That would be of the utmost importance to protect your crew from this alien menace.
well, we're going to figure out if it's Commander Phillips, and then we'll be happy to be rescued. So I would like to first call Lieutenant Varga as my first witness. And so, unless you have any objection, Captain, I will have Lieutenant Varga testify.
Proceed.
While she's testifying, could I use my investigation focuses to see if there's anything off about her?
Yeah, why don't you take an insight and medicine check?
Let's see how this goes.
And by her, do you mean Varga or do you mean Mallory?
Varga.
No. So as far as you can tell, Varga seems to be on the up and up. Clearly disturbed because of recent events, but not like deceptive that you can tell.
I'm gonna make a guess that nobody on the ship is doing too well mentally speaking.
Yeah, that's a good assumption. So Lieutenant Varga comes up and
Can't
says,
imagine why.
I was in the monitoring station on deck G, and Commander Phillips, and she stares over at Phillips and gives a look. If looks could kill, Phillips would be vaporized right now. Says, and Commander Phillips shut off life support and sealed the entire deck. I barely made it through the access letter before the emergency bulkhead shut behind me, and I still in my dreams see all of my shipmates gasping for air. And Phillips interrupts and says, "Don't pretend you didn't know that the invader was on deck G that day. I did what I had to protect everyone. I lost 2 of my own crew that day too." And at this point, there are some witnesses who are crowded around both the room. They're not on the map because I don't want to put out like 40 different tokens. But there are people around, and there are even people spilling out into the into the corridor. And there are both cheers and jeers depending on which, allegiance people owe. All right. Well, I would say that this is Mallory. As well, I would say that is at least circumstantial evidence against Commander Phillips here. But we have Lieutenant Commander Takahashi, who has, in fact, perfected a method of detecting the alien. So Takahashi steps up and says, yes, I do, in fact, have a way of detecting who the alien is. And so he pulls out a medical tricorder and scans it and says, yes, indeed, as you can see, I have, in fact, detected that this is the alien.
Oh.
Excuse me, Commander Mallory, if I may. Lieutenant Takahashi, just to confirm, this subroutine that you have perfected will detect any alien life form, and...
No, it will only detect the infiltrator.
I see. Can you modify it to detect any alien?
I suppose I would have to go back to my lab and redo modifications. Prove what?
Well, you said you could.
I can tell you're an alien without scanning you.
Well, still, for the sake of argument, let's just see. Come on.
I'm sorry, you want me to go back to my lab to modify?
So, can you walk us through the modifications you made to this tricorder? This tricorder can detect any of the extra-dimensional aliens' DNA?
Look, it took me 2 years to develop this. I can't walk you through in the time that we have left.
Oh, well, it's okay, because I actually have an engineer with me. Commander Shelby, could you walk through the modifications that were made?
Yes, if I could just have the tricorder, please, Commander Mallory.
Mallory narrows her eyes and says, what are you going to do with it?
I'm just going to have a look at the subroutine, and explain it to everyone as it shows on the tricorder. I'm just going to read the code from the tricorder that you have modified. Could I please have it?
I suppose. Takahashi? You hand him the tricorder. Takahashi very reluctantly hands over the tricorder.
Thank you very much. Now, Captain, I'd like you to watch what I'm doing here. I'm going to access the subroutine that the Lieutenant here has put into this tricorder, and I would like you to have a look at what the subroutine says. I know that you're not the best at reading code, Captain, so I'll help you there. This says that it will detect a certain DNA. Do you see what that DNA is labeled as, Captain?
I do. That's very interesting. I wasn't aware that our alien intruder had a human name of Phillips.
Captain, it appears that this tricorder has not in fact been modified to detect a transdimensional alien, but in fact to only detect this DNA of this particular human and then tell us it is a transdimensional alien.
Well, I'm very disappointed in Takahashi here, but still, Phillips is guilty of multiple murders at various sections of the ship because of her attempts to isolate the alien by simply sealing off and inventing various portions of the ship.
And Commander Mallory, have you been responsible for deaths of any of the crew while you've taken command of the ship?
Well, only those who I executed under known orders that they could have avoided.
I see. And so these orders that you gave for executions, they were in accordance with Starfleet protocols?
These are extenuating circumstances. The protocols weren't designed for this.
Would not the extenuating circumstances of isolating the alien threat also apply? The same logic. If Phillips is guilty, it seems you are too, Commander.
She killed people without any notice and without any orders that would lead to their deaths.
I thought she was under suspicion of being an alien. Now she's under suspicion of taking extreme measures. What's next? What's the next charge?
More than one thing can be true at the same time, Captain.
Captain, it does remind me of an old
Why
Earth
would an
saying my mum used to
alien-
say called moving the goalposts. I think that seems to be what's happening
Why
here.
would an alien know procedure?
Well, I assume that in absorbing the crew members that they have some recollection of their memories.
Lovely assumption you've made there, Mallory. As an engineer, I don't see how that would make scientific sense. Anything else that you'd like to lie to us about?
So at this
it
point,
seems-
Kearney steps forward and says, "Look, everyone, you know me." And then everyone kind of is murmuring, like, "Wait a minute, Kearney's back?" Like, "Yes, I'm back. These are the people who rescued me. We should trust them. They have a ship. It's much more advanced than ours. They can get us out of here." At this point, I would like Captain, why don't you take a command presence roll to see if you can convince people, and let me see what the difficulty is going to be. So let's see.
There
let's
is
see.
something that I wanted to do while this was going on. I wanted to try to get the security personnel into like a sneaky, very close position. I have infiltration focus, if that would help.
I don't think it's going to help right now, but I will say that as a result of uncovering Takahashi's deception, the fact that you had positive interactions with engineering groups, and that you have Lieutenant Kearney, this is going from an impossible difficulty 6 all the way down to a difficulty 3. You have 5 momentum and 7 threat. Can you get the crew on your side with this command presence check from the captain?
What I'll do is I'll use my bold command talent. So I can buy a d20 with threat, and then that would let me re-roll a d20 if I need to.
Okay, so we'll say that first d20 is bought with threat. Do you want to spend any more on this?
Yeah, and then I can spend another 2, and so that'll get us to 4 dice, and then it would leave us with 2 momentum, so I can't afford the next one, right?
Well, it'll leave us with 3 momentum. You could get the next one if you wanted to.
Then let's do
Take
it.
them all. Take them all, yeah. Do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
All right.
5 dice, and you can re-roll any of them that you
One of
choose. Oh, one of them? Okay, fine, one of them. But I would.
Oh, you
yeah.
don't need to re-roll.
Yeah, no, so you got
2,
3 momentum back, and the crew is
Yeah.
now on your side, and Mallory says, "Oh, forget this," and pulls out her pistol and shoots at Phillips.
Oh, wow. Called it.
Okay, so give me a second so I can find Mallory's rules, so I know how much to you get.
Yeah, does she hit or?
Yeah, that's what I'm checking on. No, she does not. She manages to miss. And at this point, the engineering rescue team starts rushing in, so that's why I'm putting these guys here. So, what's the plan?
So what I'm going to say, since I have the crowd on my side, I'm going to stand up and address the commander and say, "Commander Mallory, I, Captain Hawk, am officially relieving you of command and taking command of this ship."
She starts turning towards you and says, "All right, get him." At which point, one of her flanking command officers pulls out a phase pistol and shoots it directly at you, missing. Turns it next.
You know what? I'll go
Get
now.
down, Mr. President. I'll move it.
Anyway, I just started blasting.
I
Yeah.
So
I
wait,
have a thing
Ross
that
said that they were going to go next, so since
Okay.
no one objected soon enough, Ross,
I
go
am
ahead.
going to fire back at the specifically Mallory.
Okay.
For being cringe.
Fair.
So that would be what again for the phases? For the, type
So
2?
range attacks are always control secure.
Okay. Control security. Okay. Let's go.
That is
Wait, I put focus. Sorry. Hold on.
But it didn't
Yeah, it didn't matter. So
trigger anyway, so.
Eh.
yeah. So that was a miss. All right. One of the other command staff fires at Shelby, which is a miss. Guys' turn.
Gee.
Man, you guys kidding
Can I
Now
flip
you
the
prove it.
table?
Sure. Take
I
a
want to flip the table.
take a fitness security check.
Fitness security. And I'm going to use momentum to take up to 3 dice.
Okay.
Because I just want to really distract the baddies. So there we go.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Not only does that flip the table, but you gain back 2 momentum. You're good.
Ooh,
Perfect.
All right.
Nice.
So what the remaining person who was flanking, or no, sorry, it's the second person who was flanking Mallory, decides to shoot at Hawk, and that is indeed a hit.
Oof.
So let me get some challenge dice here. All right, Mallory.
I can't see the board.
Let me make sure that you have vision.
Oh yeah, I can't.
Thank you.
Oh, I can. But my monitor is tiny, and Roll20 does not like that. I haven't mentioned it the entire time, but everyone's icon is absolutely massive.
Hawk, you take 3 stress damage as a phaser blast scrapes by you. All right. Whose turn is it
when
now?
when I talked, was that my turn, or can I still take an action?
You can still take an action if you want.
All right. And let me orient myself. I'm going to move to the next zone, and I assume this is Mallory here at the head of the table.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to punch her.
All right. Make a daring fitness check.
Yo.
Or you mean daring security?
That's what I meant. Yes, that is exactly what I meant. Thank you very much.
All right, daring security. 3.
All right. Oh, geez. Wow. Yeah. So no, you definitely succeed.
Like 3 of her teeth hit the floor as she falls down.
Yeah, you get
I
2
didn't do too
momentum.
much damage though.
But here's the thing: you did get 2 momentum. You could spend them immediately to deal 2 more damage.
Yeah, let's wipe her clock.
All right. So yeah, you punch her and she reels back. She was not expecting that. All right.
Ooh,
So
looks
some
like someone
hands-on
failed combat
diplomacy.
training.
the security person who was to the south of Phillips flanking turns and decides to go and punch Ross. And I will
no.
spend.
There is a non-zero chance he does.
Yeah, I'm spending 3 threat to increase my chances of hitting. So Ross, take a daring security check.
Oh boy. Okay, and this time I do not have focus used, so let's
No, I won by 3, and so you are taking, let's see, 1, 2, 5 points of damage. You are now knocked unconscious and injured, and I gain 2 threat.
Oh. Oh
Yeah.
no.
Stupid bird!
All right,
Also,
let's get our strapping young security officers in here. This melee.
Shelby's just slowly dislike for birds is slowly increasing.
I will continue to inconvenience you throughout this journey.
All right, so who's next?
Me.
My turn.
I'm gonna.
My turn.
Oh, go
I
on,
want
go
in.
on.
I want in. Can I go
Go
in?
on.
Yeah, go.
I'm in. I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna shoot this bitch first because she's still
Oh,
up.
Mallory?
Right?
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
She's been knocked out, and now you're just gonna
No.
shoot her.
Oh no, she's
not
knocked
knocked out.
She's just reeling.
back.
Yeah, she's still up.
She's crying. Why would you hit me?
That
Alright,
means
is this a security fitness test or
This is control security.
control? Okay, got it.
Range is always control. Melee is
Do I
always.
get my
daring.
focus for this?
What's your focus that you're trying to use phasers?
Can be daring.
Yeah, I got phasers.
And absolutely. Also, you have 4 momentum.
And I'm gonna use 2 momentum.
You mean 3?
3 to get
Yeah.
2
Either
dice.
1 or 3.
All right, roll those 4
So That
dice.
means my task roll goes to 3, right?
4.
Nice. Boom. Ha!
Well, it's a good thing you spent that momentum.
Yeah, that was a
Oh!
whiff. Okay, the
I got
final,
1.
the remaining
I shouldn't have been making fun
it's a
of their
difficulty
shots.
2 task. The remaining person, though, is going to spend 3
Bird
momentum
feather flew in my face.
to get 4 dice
Maybe
and
2.
shoot Umlar with a phase pistol. Yeah, that's what it is. Jeez, I
Phase
rolled
pistol.
like absolute ass. Yeah, it's good. 4 dice and it didn't do a damn thing. All right. let's see. I believe that is all of their side. So, Croc, you're up.
All right, I want to move here.
All right, that is going to be a sprint task.
All right. So that's
Since it's a sprint, you wouldn't be able to take an action in that zone. So
Correct.
you might be better served moving to this zone, punching one of them en passant, and then moving to the next zone next time.
Nice chess reference there. I like that.
Do what you want. That's Jordan's suggestion, not Hawk's order.
No, I want to move here.
Okay, roll the sprint roll. Fitness security.
All right, fitness.
All right, yeah, you can get there.
3. All right.
All right, that is that turn. So you guys are up next. Going.
Can I go?
Okay,
Sure.
good.
in?
I mean, you just ran up here.
Yeah, I guess.
All right. I want to grab this lady
Mm-hmm.
and point my phaser towards her head and tell these guys to stand down.
Okay, that's going to be a daring security roll.
Starfleet does not support this action.
All right. Do we have any
It's
momentum
okay,
left?
we exist in a time zone
Yeah,
where
you've got
Starfleet
one
doesn't
momentum
exist.
left.
All right. I want to pump it up to 3.
Spend a threat.
Okay,
I'd have
Yep.
to.
you have to give
I'd
2
have to
threats.
spend
Two
2,
threat.
right?
Yep.
In order to get the next one.
Yep.
All right. All right. I'll do it.
Okay, so there you go. You get 4 dice.
All right. And it was what again? What am I rolling?
Daring security.
Daring. Okay.
All right. Unfortunately, she wins that opposed roll, and you. Let's see.
Of course.
She punches you, in fact, and you take 2, 3, 4 damage and are knocked prone.
My God, you stupid birds!
At which point, it's her turn. Now that you're prone, it's only difficulty 1. Or sorry, knocked. Yeah, you're prone. Yes, it's only difficulty 1 for her to shoot you. And I am going to spend 3 moment of threat. Make sure she
cooked
hits.
chicken.
All right, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. Only took 1, so that's let's see, 1, 2. You take 7 points of stress damage and are in fact
Ow.
injured.
Oof. All right, I'm gonna punch this person.
Okay.
Daring security, using my boxing focus. We have no momentum anymore. What's the DC? Is it 1?
It is 1, but it's also opposed. So if she rolls, say, 2 successes, then you need to roll 2 in order to win.
All right, I'm gonna give 1 threat to get a 3rd die.
Okay. All right. She, in fact, rolled 2 successes. You rolled 3, so you, in fact, succeed.
Damn, my damage rolls are awful.
Double-fisted captain over here.
Yeah, except he only grazes her.
I cast fist.
All right. So one of the security guys flanking her is going to spend 2 threat to shoot at Croc. Croc is now mortally wounded. If Croc isn't healed by the end of this scene, Croc is going to die.
Oh, good thing we have a
Supposedly, we have a
Medical.
medical officer.
Isn't the medical officer also unconscious?
No, I'm not doing good either.
Yeah, you're also down, so this might be a pretty big problem.
All right, well, we'll deal with that later. First, we have to take care of the threat.
Someone,
Yeah,
someone
alright,
please
so-
draw me in like the dead Peter Griffin.
How many
Thank you.
active enemies is there right now?
Let's see. All
There's
of
3,
them.
right?
Did anyone
1,
get knocked
2,
out?
3, 4, 5. Says
What about those 12 other dudes that
That's
are
a good
rushing
question.
in with
That
us.
will be coming in soon. That will be coming up to matter very, very, very soon.
So we're currently in a room with 6 active enemies. Our security officer and the counselor are both unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
The security officer is mortally wounded.
Yep.
What's the situation with the captain?
Oh, he's fine.
I'm
He's
still.
just
Okay. Well, I'm gonna actually take initiative on this point and just do an emergency transport back to the ship because we're all gonna die otherwise.
All right.
Well, don't we need to be on the teleporter pads for that to work?
For it to work easily. How much energy does
Yeah.
the ship have left?
Oh, we're gonna get pulled.
The ship has 1.
Are you sure?
we're gonna
Yeah.
blow up our ship on the.
Because I have
first
1
episode.
point of threat left
Let's
that
get
just
the DM
reduced
spends
your
stress.
energy to 0.
So we now have no. Okay, so we
Yeah,
can
yeah.
teleport. Oh shit. Okay.
Fight.
Yes.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Fight.
I'm gonna use my focus of composure, and then I'm gonna pick up the chair next to me, and throw it at Mallory.
In a
I'm not
very
sh-
composed manner.
I'm not sure
Yes.
that focus applies, but you may in fact try to throw the chair at Mallory if you would like.
Are you sure? I've taken composure. I've assessed the situation, and I've been like,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm pretty
gonna
sure, but you can
compose
take
it.
a control
The most
security
stable,
check.
composed thing.
A control.
Throw a chair.
A control what? Control security.
Security,
Did you
yeah.
say? And we've no momentum, and you've no threat.
Correct.
All right. Well, I want to give you a threat then to get an extra dice.
Okay.
And here we go.
Ooh. Yeah, not only do you gain a momentum, you definitely hit her.
Let's
I'm gonna argue that
go.
is 3 challenge dice. So what's your security?
My security's 1.
Alright, so because for some reason Roll20 doesn't like to actually use the challenge die roller, I'm just gonna roll real quick. Let's
go.
see.
Get fucked, Mallory.
Would you like to take Mallory out by spending a momentum?
Yes.
Well, hold on. Take her out, like, kill her?
No. Take her in the fuck.
Oh.
I would like
Yes,
to remove her
yes,
from this.
yes, I want to kill her.
Mallory,
I feel like
killing
if
her,
we
we're
take her out, the rest of the
kill
people,
her.
if we take her
Yeah.
out, the rest of her baddies are going to kind of take a moment and stop attacking us.
So-
So yes, I want to use the momentum and take out Mallory.
Okay, so you pick up the chair, you toss it, and it hits her square in the face, and she drops. She's
Cool.
not dead. She's not even mortally wounded, but she drops. Now, the rest of her
Gone.
security put their hands up, and they're like, okay, hold up. And then the rest of the engineering team rushes in with phasers pointed at everyone. And it is time to maybe fix Croc.
Alright. Is there a doctor in this room?
Takahashi comes out and says, me?
Alright. Takahashi, him, then him.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Got it. I will fix. All right. So let's see.
Yes, Steve Renault, I did hit her in the face with a chair. You're right.
All right.
So Star Trek.
So Takahashi managed to
Star
get
Trek
Croc
move.
stabilized, but I also rolled a complication, which means I am adding 1 to my threat.
Oh boy.
Okay. So, at this point, I'm going to order that the security individuals are disarmed, and Mallory is restrained.
Okay.
Hey, don't steal their arms, jeez.
And then I'm going to communicate back to the ship to tell them we've taken control of the Atlantis and that they should be prepared for the evacuation.
Okay.
Sounds like things are going well.
And also to vent Mallory into space.
All right. At this point, the entire ship
Nothing of
rocks,
value will be lost.
and over the intercom comes the voice of Ensign Lou Mendola. It says, I'm sorry, but I have to prevent this from spreading. This is the only way. Look, I didn't mean for any of this to happen. You have to believe me. I never wanted to hurt anyone, but you humans, all you do is hurt each other. And that what you don't understand. Even though you've hunted me like an animal, I harbor no hatred for your kind. I'm a scientist, a peaceful explorer, and if I could save your lives, I would. Please take comfort in knowing that your sacrifice will save millions of lives on countless worlds. And that was coming from the command center.
The fucking alien's gonna blow us up now.
And also, it was the guy who was hanging out with you the whole time.
Of course it was.
Of course. Okay.
I'm surprised. Actually, genuinely, I'm surprised.
Shelby, Millar, and Shelby and Millar get the evacuation started. Croc and Ross,
Hi, sir.
follow me. We're going to the command center.
Okay, so you guys are starting to transport people, and that is going to be using the power from the Atlantis, so you don't have to worry too much about the power for the Lexington. Okay, so now that you are at the door, if you want to try to get in, there is a little bit of a problem. First of all, I'm adding 2 to the threat pool because of the disastrousness of all this. All right, so
I switched to red.
yes. Let's see. All right, so you guys get to the door, and it is a control security task to try to figure out how to open it because it is indeed sealed.
Anyone got a bomb?
Control security.
Control security, you said?
Yes.
I've got.
Well, I can at least help. I can at least help because
I've
I
only
have
got
my.
one security, so I should probably.
You might want to be primary on that then.
Sure. I have my infiltration thing. Does that help me get through the door?
No, this is just to try to cut it open.
Okay. All right.
Can I use investigation?
Not currently. Let's just get this roll
See
through.
if there's-
All right, and
Okay,
you said
yeah. You said control security.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be difficulty 2.
and can one of us
somebody's
help?
helping me, hopefully.
Yeah, I think Shelby was already... Okay, well, Ross will help, sure. All right, yeah, so you managed to cut it open, and then you get in there, and there's Ensign Lou Mandola, and...
Ensign Lumendola, I presume.
Look,
If that is your name, of course.
no, of course it's not my name, but you couldn't pronounce my name, so I'm not even going to try. Look,
Well,
I
hey, you
have
never
to-
gave it to me,
I
so
have
I
to
mean,
do this. If I can detonate the warp core, it'll destroy my original ship, and that will close the wormhole and stop this spreading gravitational anomaly. That's why
Wait,
I've actually
and,
been rerouting everything here. It's not just because we need a bridge or something. It's so I could detonate the warp core.
There's
Wait, how long
Okay,
have you been planning this?
so you're going to detonate the warp core to close the wormhole. I appreciate that. However, I need you to wait until we have all the sentient life off of this ship.
You don't have all that much time.
How much time do you have?
I mean, we're falling into the wormhole right now. We probably only have 10-15 minutes left at this point.
Can you
20
do
minutes.
so-
Understood.
Can you do so while also escaping this ship?
Ow.
I shrug.
The
I
warp
don't know.
core needs to detonate.
Remote detonator?
Do you have a remote detonator that can detonate a warp core?
We'll try.
I
I could
Yeah.
turn a tricorder into a remote detonator if you give me 5 minutes.
Here,
I'll-
have mine.
So Hawkwood, when you said, "Do you have a remote detonator?" I'll say, "Hold on," and I'll pull out my communicator. Commander Shelby, I need a remote detonator in the next 5 minutes.
I'll do it in 3.
All right, Shelby,
Understood.
get me a reason and engineering check.
Reason,
difficulty 2.
Engineering. As this is warp field dynamics, can I use a focus?
Absolutely. Hey, that's a point of momentum back.
Nice.
All right, okay, but who's going to pilot the ship back?
Right, you are killing it.
Who's gonna pilot the ship?
Yeah, the
This
Atlantis to my ship so that it detonates close enough.
Your ship's
I
in
mean-
this, right?
We can pilot the ship. We can just set it on course and then teleport out.
I don't know if it's going to be able to make, given all the fluctuations of the gravity, it's going to have a chaotic path.
All right. This is what we'll do. I'll pilot the ship, and then I'll be teleported last.
There's no way you're going to be able to cut through all the interference and actually be able to transport out.
I mean, never say never.
One step at a time, we're evacuating the crew. We can fly the ship while that's happening. If we have time to get out, great. If not, we'll save as many as we can.
Okay.
Captain, we have 100 years of technology on our side.
Do you have a way to get this ship to mine, or should I stay and pilot it?
I mean, if you're volunteering.
I mean,
Couldn't we program it to do that? But I don't know.
At this point, Shelby comes in, having been freed by her security staff, and says, "Look, Mallory wasn't wrong. I've killed a lot of people with apparently no reason. I can stay."
You mean, this is the person who was on trial?
Yes. Sorry, Phillips. Phillips comes in.
Phillips,
sorry. Yeah, I can do it.
Captain Hawk will appear torn for a moment, but eventually he'll kind of blank his face, and say, "Understood. You get to the bridge, the rest of us to the transporters."
I'll have to do it from the control room. The bridge is sealed off and it's entirely evacuated of air. But I can do it from here. Okay. Alright, so you managed to get everyone off of the ship, including the alien, and as you are just getting the last few people off, the Atlantis...
Can we make an attempt to beam the person off?
I mean, you can.
Yeah,
I'm letting you right now. It's not going to happen. You're not going to be able to get a transporter lock.
Shelby, up to you. You rolled 3 2s in a row.
I'm letting you know now. You're not going to be able to get cut through this. There were options that could have saved literally everyone. You didn't get there. All right. So,
oh dear.
As everyone gets off of the ship, and you guys are
Mallory on board.
I mean, if you want to,
we wouldn't trust her to fly.
She should probably stand trial.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
We're bringing
everybody
on the ship.
Funny.
All right, so
I make sure that all of them are secured in the brig. Somebody else is gonna have to fly the ship.
So, the ship manages to stay away from the wormhole for long enough and far enough away that it's not in any terrible danger, and you can see that, in fact, Shelby is piloting the ship towards the alien craft. Phillips, sorry. Phillips is piloting the ship, and in fact, there is a giant explosion, and it maxes out the protective, light sensor on the view screen on the bridge, and so the screen just goes white for a second, and it explodes, and then what's left is a flickering but stabilizing wormhole, and Mendola comes onto the bridge and says, "Captain, I think I can time a shuttle to go through the wormhole and get back. And on sensors, there is in fact an alien ship on the other side of the wormhole.
Should we let?
Can I have a shuttle?"
This is this is the alien.
Yes,
the alien wants to go home.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I will give up on my gravity drive after this. But then he hands you a little data disk, like one of the TOS era data disks, and says, "You might want to take a look at this afterwards. I'm off to the shuttle bay." And he launches. And would you like to play the data disk?
Yes.
So the first thing that happens is you see a shuttlecraft launch from your rear shuttle bay, turn around, go towards the wormhole, and it manages to make it just as the wormhole is starting to collapse. And right before it collapses, you can see a beautiful M-class planet with a very blue-looking sun right past it. You play the tape and it says, "I created a gravity drive, the first of its kind, so that my people could finally leave the confines of their solar system. While testing the prototype, the drive malfunctioned and created this wormhole. My vessel is the beating heart of the anomaly that plagues us both, the gravity drive perpetually imploding and exploding. I abandoned ship in an escape pod and was pulled through to the other side, to your universe. I soon discovered my life form was incompatible with this universe. I was dying. When the Atlantis brought me on board, I thought they were my saviors. I never intended to hurt anyone. On my planet, there are 2 forms of life that exist in symbiosis. One is sentient, a small, weak thing that would surely perish without its companion form, a strong but non-sentient animal. We merge with this creature, absorbing it and taking its form, and carrying its primitive memories with us. Together we have created civilization and have just taken our first steps off-world. I was not in control of myself, on the verge of death, when my body acted out of self-preservation to absorb Ensign Mendola. I tried many times to communicate with the crew, but it quickly became apparent that they wanted only one thing, my death. It did not seem to matter to them that we would all soon die. The gravitational forces had already started crushing the hull. Hiding among the crew, my only goal has been... Thank you, dog. Hiding among the crew, my only goal has been to find a way to right my mistake. The wormhole is growing, and I will soon encompass countless worlds beyond the system. But a detonation at the center of the wormhole of this vessel's matter-antimatter engines will destroy my gravity drive and collapse the wormhole. I will do whatever it takes to protect your universe and my own, even if it means never again seeing the blue sunrise of home. Except that you did let him see the blue sunrise of home. And that is, in fact, where we leave off for today. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope everyone had fun. I hope all the audience had fun. The plan is right now to be back for next Friday with the next episode, Bacchus' Irresistible Call.
So we saved everybody except one lady that we hit with a chair.
Yep. No, not even the lady you hit with. You saved her.
We saved her as the other person that volunteered to go down with the ship.
Well, they volunteered. Fuck them.
So I'm going to say goodbye to the audience. I'm going to ask the players to stick around for just a little bit, and we will see all of you later.